Sorry. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. The thing went off when I was asleep, but that's okay. Welcome to your 24/7 conspiracy broadcast. Last night we started on 9/11, and we're going to continue with 9/11. And 9/11 is frustrating. I got some complaints last night. 9/11 is frustrating. It's long, boring, but every conspiracy goes back to 9/11. That was the hardest thing about being reading a conspiracy book or getting into conspiracy stuff was it all goes back to 9/11. It all goes back to 9/11. And 9/11, I was a senior. I watched that thing on TV all day long. I was in high school and we had CNN, ABC, Fox, NBC. We had these channels on every TV in every classroom. And I watched the whole thing all day long. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, there was people there that did not watch the thing at all. They just heard everybody talking. And I feel like that's where we divided. That's where the divide happened. You got the people that actually watched the broadcast and have been thinking since 2001. And you got the people that just kept on with their lives, did not watch the broadcast for emotional reasons, whatever. But now they believe the narrative because they didn't pay attention. They didn't pay attention. And no blaming. No blaming. This isn't your fault. Boom, Mikey. Good morning. This isn't your fault. This isn't my fault. I didn't do 9/11. You know, Mikey didn't do 9/11. Y'all check out Mikey Smith's channel. And Mikey, I got to talk to you because I got a big interview on a different channel October 8th. And I want to use your stuff. I want to use the sun with the clouds behind it, obviously. But I'll be doing like Flat Earth 101. Oh, this is an announcement. I'll be doing like Flat Earth 101. And I'm not a Flat Earth 101 teachers. If anybody's noticed, like, oh, Mikey's right. Anyway, maybe he's, yeah, it's early. I didn't have my full cup of coffee, and I gotta go somewhere. But so we're gonna have Mikey shows. This is 24/7 conspiracies. I got this iMac Pro, and it does no good sitting in the closet getting dusty. Y'all want to know that I'm alive? I know that. You don't really care about the content because that's not really the point. The point is to build a community. That's my cat. To love your cat, you know, and that's why we're doing 9/11. We're gonna do 9/11 over and over. If you don't want to watch 9/11, I only got Mikey in here, but someone might listen to the replay. You don't want to watch 9/11, you're more than welcome to watch something else. But I'm gonna use this iMac Pro. Call maybe Sunday. Okay, Sundays are bad for me. I'm a weekday person. I can call you like Monday through Friday in the mornings. But not today. Call me today. Yeah. Okay, after I'm done. But anyway, I just want to use your like pictures and stuff. I want to like just take pictures of your pictures, and then I have to show Flat Earth 101 to a whole bunch of people that don't know Flat Earth. So I'm really, really kind of because I'm kind of protected here in my little community with my 270 something subscribers. Most of them, aw, I love you. Yeah, it's Flat Earth 101. I mean, I can shout out your channel. We're partners. Really, me and Mikey get along the best out of everybody. We really I just sent him a text like, "You okay? You doing all right?" Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm just thinking. I should have made I made a small pot of coffee. And I should have made a large pot of coffee. Okay, yeah. So it's this big broadcast on this music channel. I don't like really talk. I mean, I'm kind of pulling a flatter Fokker on you guys, and y'all don't really know my background. I'm a waitress, and every waitress I believe has a story. So, I was telling it last night, and I should be telling you guys. Guitar Center opened up in my town, in a town close to my town. And I was so excited when it opened up. It was brand new a few years ago. And the story goes back even further. Okay, I was in high school, right? I was in high school. And they were like handing out these little flyers at school. Go to this concert. And so I did. That's how we did it. They'd make they use one piece of paper, and they would divide the paper into like 6 blocks, I guess. And then they would write 6 messages on it. Like, I went to like punk rock shows in hotels. So it'd be like, such and such hotel, ballroom, Friday, 7:30 p.m., $10. Okay. So I really got into that scene. I went to Nashville. Nashville did a lot of rock, young rock. I went to like a high school rock club. Nobody over 21 was allowed. Anyway, I made friends there. And so I've been kind of in this like rock, punk, goth. It was a lot of goth. I know we're going back in time, but scene. So I made a lot of friends, and I like the music. Well, anyway, I got older, but in 2008, it's just a long story. Well, anyway, I'll focus on the music. So, I worked at a bar one time after 2008, and he got a karaoke system, and the karaoke person quit. So I got up there and I started doing karaoke. I had to be about 24, 25, and I wore out that karaoke machine. I was singing on that karaoke machine all the time because, as older people are having kids and stuff. And then the Guitar Center got built. And I signed up for lessons. I got a music teacher for guitar, electric guitar. His name was Jimmy. And he had his education from Berkeley. So I was getting like top rated education for like $50 an hour on how to play guitar. And I met later on, I met my future husband. And he's a singer to a band. I was like, oh, cool. I'm going to date this singer to a band. So like, our first date, I pulled out the guitar and I was like, dun, 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 dun. I don't know if you know what that is. That's like Hey Joe at the beginning. Jimi Hendrix, dun, 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 dun. Because I was having a Jimmy thing. Everybody around me was named Jimmy. I was playing Jimi Hendrix music. And that's how I got my husband. And that's how he's in a band called One Nation. It was One Nation Control. Now it's Mud Crickets. And so that's why I get to play their music, because I'm married to the music man. And so that's why we get to enjoy it. And a lot of people don't like their music, but I get to play it because I'm married to him. He can't sue me. He'd be suing himself. And I get to play the music, share it with you guys. So that's why I play music. And so we're back to the channel. Kitty. Now we're at this interview. I'll give y'all a link and stuff. We got to start advertising for it. But it's a big music channel, and they want to have their first conspiracy theorist. First conspiracy theorist, first flat earther, first Lady Lacy show. So I am nervous. I am super nervous. But again, I'm winning. I'm always winning. I'm not complaining here, guys. The struggle is the win. If you don't get to struggle, you're not doing anything. And so I will do it. And I need to get back to music. I think I'd write some pretty cool music. All right, so Get ready for October 8th. I think I got some clips. But we're going back to 9/11. We're going back to 9/11 because we're going to get 9/11 over with. Mad about a shape. What? Y'all welcome. Okay, I'm just gonna call Mikey Smith. Mikey Smith's my peer right now. We're peers. We're in Flat Earth School together. And I love you guys. And I'm gonna show a Mikey video real quick. Y'all need to know. Y'all need to know. Because if we don't share, we don't know. I don't want our videos to just collect dust. Hi, Mikey Smith. No, that's Mickey Mouse. Mikey Smith. There you are. Look, you're right up there. See, this is what I want. I want just a picture of it. You know, that one's cool. Mikey's doing some really good research, everybody. Mikey Smith, you've got to be on his channel. If you're not on his channel, you are not. No. Oh, this one was cool. Look at that. I put music to this one day. I don't know if you saw it. Here we go. There you go. Yeah. Mad about a thing. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Mad about a thing. Yeah. Yeah. Follow Mikey, man. I don't know about that meditation stuff. I'm not going to vouch for that one.
It was just an idea.
This is just kick ass.
How long that trail is.
Good. I mean, he's got a plane here, but I don't think they're all planes.
Folks, I'll catch up with you later.
I need to get a camera. I need to get that camera so bad. Okay, hold on. Oh, this is fun. Okay, Mikey, I hope you're still here. Watch this. I'm like an art student gone wrong. No meditation. No meditation. Pray to Jesus. I'm a pray to Jesus kind of girl. And that's why you probably like me. If you think about it, a lot of my contributions in life are because I have Jesus. That's why I'm so awesome. It's because of Jesus. It's because of Jesus. Okay, here we go. That's why I have so much luck, too. So much luck. All right, so you take this. Oh, let's put Demon Slayer to it. There you go. No.
Think you're pretty.
I forgot. No.
Not on the inside.
Creative process.
Think you're pretty.
Nope. Nope. I guess that's it.
Think you're pretty. Not on the inside. Think you're pretty. Not on the inside. Think you're better. Probably are. Think you're better. You probably are. slay the service. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the service. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! You think you're hot? You totally not. You think you're hot? You totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the service. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the service. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will be the demon slayer. I will slay the service. I will be the demon slayer.
Okay, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Thank you guys. I love y'all. I have to do other things. Watch 9/11, not watch 9/11.
What happened
It's there
in
for
Western
people.
Pennsylvania.
You know what I'm saying? It's
But
there
members
for
of Congress are coming
people.
out and
Watch
expressing
it. You gotta watch it.
in the strongest terms that the intelligence community failed to give them any advance warning and any kind of information about this. It caught them completely off guard. One member of Congress, Congressman Kurt Weldon of Pennsylvania, said, the government has failed the people of this country, and that's an indictment on both parties. Britt?
Brian, it does certainly seem that these members of Congress not only had no advance warning, or that the government had no advance warning, they don't seem to know very much about what actually happened, do they?
No, and Senator Shelby said we're still getting briefings, but information is very sketchy and communications are scrambled, an indication that they're not getting a good flow of information, and an overall sense that perhaps more will have to be done to shore up the intelligence budgets in the days ahead, but also, just complete outrage, Britt, that somehow the millions and billions of dollars that we spend on intelligence in this country somehow let this one slip through the cracks.
All right, Brian Wilson, thank you very much. John Scott, that's it from here for the moment. One last note. We learned a few minutes ago that Secret Service agents had sprinted up the street from the White House and cleared people away from a bag that was sitting in the middle of the street there up at the corner of Connecticut Avenue and I Street, right by the Army-Navy Club there in Washington. It turns out apparently that the bag has been found to be harmless. So one more of these false alarms, of which there have been a number, and doubtless will be many more, has been put to rest. John?
All right, Britt Hume in Washington, thank you very much. You are looking at the pictures of what is left of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan. Really not much. These pictures coming to you now live. We're going to show you what happened earlier this morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time. You can see there are people who are leaning out the windows. At that point, they were hoping for some kind of rescue. There was smoke throughout the building. They couldn't breathe inside, so they were breaking out the windows of that building and hoping for some kind of rescue. Ultimately, a number of these people simply decided to end their misery and jumped. We are going to get some late information now from Fox producer Dan Cohen, who saw much of this going on. Dan, this is an awful, awful day. What can you add to what we've already seen?
Well, I got here, as you were just saying, the people jumping out of the buildings, that's about when I arrived. And I'm also an emergency medical technician, so I came down to see if I could help. identified myself to some of the people that were setting up the medical command posts. We had gotten everything set up. They were doing an amazing job of instantly just having everything organized. As soon as we got the medical command post set up, and I was with a team of other fire department EMTs, we were about to go off and treat some people we had been assigned to treat. All of a sudden we looked up, before we looked up, we heard what sounded like basically a jet airliner landing right on top of our heads. Looked up and the building was just coming down. The entire command post that I was at ran, just started running. The wall of smoke came up behind us, and I think most of us came out of it. I lost the crew that I was with. They started setting up another command post, and then sure enough, about 5 minutes later, we were treating some of the people that had gotten trapped the first time. Someone said that the tower's leaning. We all started running, and that's when the tower came down completely. I managed to get out. A lot of the people did not, and were trapped back under the debris. Once the dust started to clear a little, we went in, took some firemen out. A lot of the firemen had already been in the building at that point. We put as many as we could on some ferries as we were by the water at this point, sent them over to Jersey City for treatment. And from that point on, it's pretty much been chaos. I mean, the New York City Emergency Service has been doing an amazing job of trying to control the chaos, but every time things get set up, there's either more explosions or more debris or more people come out of the rubble.
All right. Dan Cohen, a Fox News producer, also an emergency medical technician who has been in Lower Manhattan trying to help the wounded on this catastrophic day. We can't overstate the level of damage that's been inflicted here. It bears repeating, folks, that America is still standing. We are united, we are strong, and we will find out who did this. But for now, there are thousands probably of casualties in not only in Lower Manhattan, but also in Washington, D.C. Let's get the latest now from our Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom. Edie?
Well, John, America may be standing, but we are certainly in shock. The Pentagon still in flames. Our own correspondent, David Schuster, there. An update now on exactly what happened this morning. The first shot came just about 8:50 Eastern time. That was when the first plane, an American Airlines plane that had been hijacked en route from Boston to LA with 92 people on board, slammed into the World Trade Center. We were just finishing up our morning show. We watched that and started speculating what was happening. Within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, the second plane had hit the second World Trade Center. That was the South Tower. That apparently, although it's not confirmed, United Airlines says it is missing Flight 175, which was en route from Boston to Los Angeles. Witnesses later say that they saw people from the top floors on fire, jumping to their death. At 9:45, the Pentagon was hit the south wall, that apparently by American Airlines Flight 77 en route from Dulles, Washington, that is to Los Angeles. That is a 757 plane. It was carrying 64 people. That ripped a 100 to 150 foot hole into the south ring, the south wall there, the outermost ring of the Pentagon. That, as we said, the fire sirens still wailing there. The Pentagon still on fire. At about 10 o'clock, 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, this United Airlines Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco crashed. That's a 757 with 90 people on board. Now, what's interesting is that crashed just after the FAA ordered all United States commercial airliners to land at the closest possible place. Right after that order was issued, that plane crashed. Later on, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. The North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. We do know that some people, even as high as the 92nd floor, were able to be evacuated safely. In the U.S., for the first time in history, all United States commercial aircraft have been grounded. We know that some internationally inbound flights landed at in Canada, but now Canadian airlines and airports have been shut down as well. All federal buildings and most state buildings across America have been closed, and most major landmarks in the U.S. are closed. In New York City, bridges, tunnels, subways, all shut down. At St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the first victims of the World Trade Center crash were taken, we have paramedics out on the street donating, soliciting blood from any donors they can find. They say the need is that great right now. As we say, right now, America seems to be in a quandary. We have had these attacks this morning. The president apparently is safe, but we do not know where he is. He has not made a statement since the official one this morning saying that this was a criminal act and that he would do everything to find out who had committed it. The enemy, though, at this point, unknown. No one has officially claimed responsibility. John, that's the latest. Back to you.
All right, Edie Donahue in the Fox Newsroom. Thank you very much. It's not surprising that we haven't heard from the president yet. He took off from Florida, where his scheduled events have been canceled for the day. Took off from Florida probably around 9:30 this morning, and flying time to Washington being what it is, if in fact he is headed to Washington, we wouldn't expect to hear from him for some few minutes now. Let's get the latest on that from our Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor.
John, thank you. We are awaiting to hear when the president will land and exactly where and when he might have something to say about all of this. A couple of things worth noting. Brian Wilson has just called to say that he was talking to Congressman Jim Moran, a Democrat of Virginia, who has received a briefing on Capitol Hill, and that Moran says that what they know about that plane crash near Pittsburgh was they believe that was related to an attempted attack on Camp David. Of course, you know where there was an earlier incorrect report that Camp David had in fact been attacked. All officials now are saying that is not the case. So we have a little bit more from what the intelligence community is apparently telling members of Congress. It appears also that fighter jets are now escorting Air Force One, which would be a standard precaution under a circumstance like this. The last time I can recall, in my own experience, this happening was when President Bush I flew down to a drug summit in the nation of Colombia, where, of course, terrorism is a constant threat. We're waiting, as we noted, for further word from the White House, where communications are obviously a problem because everybody's been evacuated as to where and when the president will land. So that is basically the latest we have from here. I might call your attention to a quote. This from Chris Yates, an aviation expert at Janes Transport in London. Janes, of course, is a company that publishes a number of defense-related and aviation and maritime-related publications, military-related publications. He called it the most audacious terrorist attack ever taken place in the world. There you go.
That cannot be
Rita
over.
Cosby, by the way, has something to report as well. Rita's been staying in touch with us by telephone. She's in our air. Rita, what do you know?
Well, Britt, I'm told by the FAA that at this point, 22 international flights have been diverted to Canada, and there are 50 flights over the United States. Remember, we're in a full-fledged ground stop right now. This is the first time in U.S. history that they have done such a ground stop, but we are told that there are 50 flights still in the air trying to reach their locations here in the United States in order to land immediately. There are also 2 international flights from Europe in which the pilots have not responded, and that is drawing concern from U.S. These are flights that were en route to the United States from Europe, and the pilots have not responded to the FAA, so they're trying to find out if those 2 planes may be in trouble. Also, law enforcement sources are telling us, and this is interesting, that there was word put out through an Arab newspaper about 3 weeks ago that bin Laden himself, the mastermind behind the East African bombings, the embassy bombings there in East Africa, that he apparently did put out word about 3 weeks ago saying that he was planning an unprecedented attack against U.S. interests. Since that time, they got other information that there may be some sort of attack against U.S. possibly governmental facilities. And then, as we know, on Friday, the State Department did put out a worldwide caution, basically telling U.S. Citizens and also particularly government and military officials that they should be in a heightened state of alert. But I will tell you, from talking to law enforcement sources, I talked to them minutes after the 2 planes rammed into the World Trade Center building this morning, the Twin Towers, that they were very stunned, that they said, look, we had gotten word that there may be some sort of attack, but we had no idea it was going to be on U.S. soil, no idea that it was going to involve airliners and so forth. I will tell you also, law enforcement sources do know that Osama bin Laden, right now, they believe he's sort of the prime suspect. They have no idea who's behind this, but they are looking at him because they do say that he and his men did a lot of training. In fact, where they did practice hijackings, where they did have pilots who were on their staff. And in fact, we had reported earlier that 3 people involved in the East African bombings were actually pilots, and that's sort of part of their training. And they get some of that in Afghanistan, also Iran, and a number of other countries. So this is sort of part of their training to prepare for something like this. But law enforcement sources are telling me, and these are intelligence officials, that they were really stunned by today's development.
All right, Rita, thank you very much. It's worth perhaps also adding to this, John Scott, that the North American Air Defense Command, NORAD, is controlling the U.S. aircraft that are in the air, including those that are escorting Air Force One. So you get an idea from that just how seriously this threat is being taken by the U.S. military. Back to you in New York, John Scott.
All right, Britt Hume, thanks very much. This was supposed to be an election day in New York. Primary elections were scheduled for mayor here and other offices. Those elections have been canceled. A couple of other more mundane matters considering all that's gone on. Major League Baseball has canceled its scheduled games for tonight. All those games are canceled. Let's listen to one of the witnesses from Lower Manhattan now recount what he saw. This is unedited tape. All right, we're having a little trouble hearing the audio there. As you can imagine, Wall Street workers, a great number of other people terrifically impacted by the collapse of the World Trade Centers that after they were hit by two apparently hijacked airliners shortly before and shortly after 9 a.m. this morning Eastern Time. Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating is on the line with us once again. Governor, you have had more experience than anybody dealing with catastrophe of this scale in the bombing of the Murrah building. How should America respond?
Well, no one has had experience responding to a catastrophe of this scale. And this is just agony beyond comprehension. It is horrific. It really is a day of infamy. And I am confident as a citizen because I dealt with the New York Police Department and the New York Fire Service here in Oklahoma City that they have first-rate authorities. The emergency management people are first rate. I'm confident in the military authorities and obviously in the president's leadership. But this is just absolutely.
Governor, let me interrupt you for just a minute. Britt Hume has some late breaking information for us. Out of
John,
Washington.
we've just learned from the White House press pool. That is the group of journalists who stay with the president at all times, fly with him aboard Air Force One, that the president will, in a matter of minutes, be making a statement. There is some mystery about exactly where that statement will come from, whether it will be from Air Force One or some other place where he may have landed. So we await, obviously, with great interest that, but we are within apparently minutes of hearing from the president for the first time since his initial remarks before he got in the air after these attacks originally occurred. So we wait here in Washington to bring that to you as soon as we have a signal from the White House or from wherever the president is.
And almost certainly, Britt, that would not be from the Oval Office. The White House has been evacuated, right?
The White House has been evacuated, and we have no reason to believe that the president's plane has touched down in the Washington area. But communications here are such, John, that all kinds of things could have happened that we don't know about, and indeed that not everybody here on the ground knows about. But the president, of course, travels with the most elaborate communications facilities. The president has, the latest word we have now is the president has touched down at Shreveport, Louisiana, and it is apparently from there that we will hear whatever he has to say. So we are awaiting we're awaiting a signal, a picture, and the words of the President of the United States coming from Shreveport, Louisiana, a place that the military apparently felt that the president was safe to go. So we are watching and waiting for that, John.
All right. Britt Hume in Washington, thanks very much. We will continue to await the words of the president when he gets to a television transmission facility, apparently, as Britt told you, there in Shreveport. Frank Keating, the governor of Oklahoma, still on the line with us. Governor, you've been in this position. You've had to calm a populace horrified by a sudden terrorist strike. What does the president need to say, and how do Americans need to take in this cataclysmic disaster?
Well, this is an attack, an act of war against the United States. In my case, it was a domestic terrorist attack. In this case, ostensibly, it's an international terrorist attack. I think the president will appropriately say the first thing we must do is rescue and recover. We must pray for those who are injured, pray for those who are killed, and anyone who did this, we will get them. Real simple, but focus first on rescue, recovery, and prayer, and I'm sure that's exactly what the president will do.
There is going to be a great uniting of America, isn't there, coming out of all this?
Well, yes, because this was an attack on us, and in that building, that is a melting pot of America. There are obviously thousands of people of all different walks of life, all different races, all different religions and nationalities there. And to make a political statement by destroying innocent men, women, and children is never acceptable in any moral society. And this is absolutely an affront to civilization. and the president and the country will be united, and will respond accordingly and appropriately so.
And an affront to civilization is just what you'll see in the pictures that we are about to bring you. Again, these are unedited. We cannot exactly predict what you're going to see because we haven't seen some of them ourselves. But this is video as one of the towers of the World Trade Center collapsed. You can see the sheer terror on the people as that shockwave of dust and debris rolls toward our camera crew there. And all of a sudden, it is midnight in downtown Manhattan as the crumbled concrete, as the shell of what was once Manhattan's proudest pair of buildings, as it crumbled to dust. And it is still burning. It is still on fire. Untold numbers of people are dead. Untold numbers of people are trapped. The rescue effort is going to go on for days, perhaps weeks. Again, imagine the mindset of these people who were at the base of the building there, watching what they thought was nothing more than a fire. Nobody knew at this point that these buildings were going to collapse. I might bring into the conversation Howard Safir, the former chief of police, police commissioner here in New York City, also fire commissioner as well. Mr. Safir, nobody ever thought the World Trade Center would fall. I mean, that's what the terrorists tried to do back in 1993, and they weren't even close to being successful.
That's true. And even the engineer who designed the Trade Center told me it was designed to withstand a commercial airliner attack. Obviously, that's not correct. This is incomprehensible and just the kind of thing that, although we plan for every kind of terrorist attack, this is overwhelming for the emergency services in New York, which are some of the best in the world.
Let's look at the bigger picture. I mean, everybody wants to know who did this, but it's going to take some time, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is obviously, and it's not that it's time to worry about the people who are hurt and injured, but this is obviously an intelligence failure. We're going to have to figure out not only why we didn't have the intelligence, but we have to figure out how these hijackers were able to breach airport security and what we have to do to fix that.
It could be something relatively simple. If you wanted to, I mean, I have boarded airplanes before with my pocket knife, a 3 or 4 inch blade. That can be a lethal weapon, and nobody has ever stopped me. There are limits on what kind of a knife you can take on board, but a couple of trained terrorists, trained in hand-to-hand combat, could easily get into a cockpit and commandeer a plane.
Well, that is true. Also, the quality of personnel is very important. The technology is very important. And most importantly, the way you prevent terrorism is through intelligence. You can't prevent terrorist acts when they're taking place, but you need to have the intelligence so you know about them and prevent them before they take place.
Let's check in with Molly Falconer. She's in Lower Manhattan at St. Vincent's Hospital, a scene of absolute chaos. Molly, what's going on there?
John, it has been a scene of chaos all morning. This is a hospital under siege. It's taking many of the victims up from the World Trade Center. They're running out of blood. They're running out of something called Silvadene, which treats burns. They have been raiding local pharmacies and local stores to try and get that. And I'm standing here with Kim White, who managed to make it out of Tower 1 right before it went down. And you're saying you had a hard time with some of those fire doors.
Yeah, the fire doors were locked, and we couldn't get them unlocked. It took about 10 minutes for somebody to actually come and open up the doors, and then we were able to finally head down. But then there were other doors that were locked, so we were brought into another floor when there was another explosion, and they finally let us continue to go down.
And your clothes are in shreds, and you still got debris in your hair. Is that what happened to your colleagues, and how are they?
I have a REM, which that's how we've been able to keep contact with one another. And I had my one of my male co-workers contact me when I was in the hospital and asked me and told me that he's with the entire team. Where am I? And I told him I was at the hospital. So everybody is doing okay.
How are people feeling? And could you see anything? Was there smoke all around you?
Well, when we got down to the bottom floor, we thought we were okay. And then there was a collapse. We don't know what collapsed. There was a collapse of something. The police and fire department told us to go run to the wall and don't look outside. Next thing we know, billowing black smoke just came in. And I mean, it went down my mouth, up my nose, all over the place. And people were hysterical at that time. You couldn't see anybody. You could barely see the lights of the flashlights that were downstairs. But eventually, I think they broke a plate glass window to Borders. They were breaking glass to try to get out to Borders bookstore, and we went through down their escalator and then up another escalator to come out, and that's how we finally got out of the office.
I'll let you go. Thank you very much for stopping. And John, we are hearing a lot of victims come, some staggering, out of this hospital. We've got reports that over 160 are inside. They've turned the corridors. They even turned the hospital gym into a makeshift ER. They have hundreds of doctors and nurses on call. Obviously, their disaster plans are in effect. They've sent several triage teams downtown. They have blocked off all of 7th Avenue, which is one of these main thoroughfares right in front of the hospital here, so that they can ferry ambulances from the World Trade Center to St. Vincent's Hospital. And all morning, all we've been seeing are gurneys out on the street standing at the ready for the hundreds of ambulances, I should say dozens of ambulances that are coming in, but who knows? There are no estimates as to how many will eventually get here. A spokesman named Mark Ackerman came out a few moments ago and said he can't put an estimate on how many people will be here, but we'll keep a watch on it for you all the time. Again, there is a call out for blood and something called Silvadene. It treats burns and infections. They have already raided the local pharmacies around the hospitals, and they're calling for more. Back to you.
All right, Molly Falconer at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. Thank you. We want to take you out to Los Angeles now. A couple of the planes that were hijacked were bound for Los Angeles. John Dupree, our correspondent there, has some late-breaking information for us. John?
John, the ripple effect of this disaster felt clear out here on the West Coast. Three of the planes which crashed today were bound for Los Angeles International Airport, where you find me now. American flight number 11 with 92 people on board, American flight number 77 with 64 people on board, and United flight number 175 with 65 people on board, which may have crashed into the Pentagon. All bound for Los Angeles International Airport. Their numbers were not even on the arrivals board here. No one had begun to come here to pick up passengers arriving from those two cities. Now, and only now, one by one, family members and loved ones beginning to show up here at LAX, being escorted into the corporate offices at American Airlines here at Terminal 4, being escorted by United officials to a nearby hotel, being briefed on what has happened, being told that their loved ones, their family members, by all appearances, most likely dead. The skies above Los Angeles International Airport, where 150 to 250,000 people each day take off and land, the busiest airport on the west coast of these United States, eerily empty. That's the effect here on the other side of the country. John Scott,
all right, John Dupree in Los Angeles, thank you. Again, these pictures just coming into us now. This is unedited video of the pandemonium, the fear, the chaos in Lower Manhattan as the Twin Towers, the World Trade Center, the tallest buildings in Manhattan, once the tallest buildings in the world, as they collapsed in an incredible shockwave of dirt, debris, smoke, and certainly a catastrophic loss of human life. This was the reaction there in Manhattan. Nobody ever thought those towers could fall. Almost certainly, the terrorists who tried to inflict this didn't think they could fall. They perhaps hoped it would happen, but nobody thought there would be this kind of catastrophic damage. William Daley and Howard Safir. William Daley, a former FBI agent who investigated the first World Trade Center bombing. Let's talk about the bigger picture once again. Sure, the terrorists wanted to inflict maximum damage, maximum loss of life, but their real goal is mental, isn't it? Aren't they trying to scare America?
That's true, John. In fact, my role was one after the incident in helping put security back in place for these once prestigious locations. And the thought is, when we do security planning and try to predict where terrorists will attack, we always think of what are the spots that are indicative of the American way, whether it's the World Trade Center, whether it's some other landmark, or what they call trophy building that they like to have exactly what we see here, be up in smoke, and for everyone to be panicked and concerned. So when we try to predict terrorist acts, we look at these, but we really, at the very far end of the spectrum, we think that would ever come down to something like this. We always looked upon something worst case, like vehicle bombs we saw in Oklahoma City or we've seen over in Europe, individual bombings. But when we look at planes, flying bombs with people in them, which are of and by themselves would be catastrophic incidents if they occurred.
On any given day, any one of these incidents would dominate the news for weeks.
Exactly.
We've had 4 planes crash today, 3 of them deliberately into buildings, 2 at the World Trade Center towers, 1 at the Pentagon, and 1 went down in an airport area near Pittsburgh. Britt Hume is keeping an eye on the situation in the nation's capital. Let's get the latest from him. Britt?
Well, the first thing, John, is that fire at the Pentagon continues to burn out of control and going ever deeper into the building itself. One presumes that the building has been now evacuated of all but firefighting personnel. But that obviously a worrisome situation. There you see a live picture of the plume of smoke, black smoke still rising from the Pentagon. Evidently, the amount of fuel that was spilled or whatever was aboard that aircraft was sufficient to keep that blaze going apace. From Capitol Hill, we learned a couple of other things. Senator John Kyle, Republican of Arizona, said to our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that members of the leadership are in various different congressional leadership are in various different places, in touch with each other and with the administration. We have a plan. We have a plan, said Kyle, and it is in place. What that's all about remains to be seen. Brian also reports that at the Capitol Police Station, J.C. Watts, Tom DeLay, both were members of the Republican House leadership, had been seen there, as well as Democrats Dick Gephardt and David Bonnier. So members of the congressional leadership here in Washington, those 4 we know about and have been seen, and they are said all to be in touch with one another as we await remarks by the President of the United States, who is at Barksdale or is either on the ground or is about to speak from Barksdale military base, Air Force Base there outside Shreveport, Louisiana. As soon as that can be technically set up, we expect to hear from the President. We'll let you know.
All right, Britt Hume, keeping an eye on the things in Washington. Thanks very much. Howard Safir, again, this is something that New York City has planned for a long time. New York always thought it was an obvious terror target. You might say, in a way, we dodged a bullet back in '93 when the World Trade Center was bombed, 6 people dead, 1,000 hurt, but nothing on the scale of what we've seen today.
Absolutely not. This is incomprehensible. The idea of 1 plane was incomprehensible. The idea of 4 is beyond the realm of conception. And, this is obviously something that was well planned, had to be well coordinated, had to be something that was planned for months, maybe even years. And, finding the people who did this after the rescue operation, and we save as many lives as possible, is really the key here.
How is life going to change in America as a result of this, or is it too early to say?
Well, I think one of the things you're going to see is a re-examination of both our intelligence procedures and our security procedures. Certainly our airport security procedures are going to have to be put under a microscope and look for the vulnerability points, because four airplanes hijacked in one day says the system doesn't work.
Perhaps, Bill Daley, I'm just exploring some options here, but might we see almost armored cockpits from now on? I mean, those cabin doors, as anybody who's ever flown, are lockable but fairly flimsy. Excuse me, Bill, we want to go up to Shepard Smith, who's actually keeping an eye on things from the sky above Midtown. Shep?
I'm actually down in the newsroom now, John, and want to bring you an update on the facts as we've been getting them in the last few minutes. The FBI headquarters will be making an official announcement shortly. Fox News Channel will carry that for you as well. As Britt Hume mentioned, we are waiting at Barksdale Air Force Base, where President Bush is scheduled to address the nation in just a few minutes. It's our understanding that there are technical reasons that he's not on yet, but that should be happening shortly. I can also tell you that now the United States border with Canada has been shut down at all crossings. There is a report from Afghanistan now, from Kabul, Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden's people, and actually the Taliban now responding to this. Afghanistan's hardline Taliban rulers have condemned this devastating terrorist attack in New York and the one in Washington, and rejected suggestions that Osama bin Laden could be behind them. The Taliban's ambassador to neighboring Pakistan has now said that bin Laden, the Saudi dissident who has been given asylum in the country, does not have the facilities needed to carry out such an attack. Quoting now from the Taliban, "It is premature to level allegations against a person who is not in a position to carry out such attacks." It was a well-organized plan on connection with the 1998 bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa that killed 224 people. Now, there are reports that the victim count at the Pentagon is now at 34. Those are unconfirmed reports at this moment, but certainly with a fire that happened so quickly and an explosion on that level, fears at the Pentagon are certainly running high. We're also getting word from NASA now that astronauts aboard the International Space Station can actually see the smoke rising from Washington and New York, that this plume of smoke that was once the World Trade Center in New York City can be seen from 224 miles in the sky. And on the International Space Station, they are watching in what is certainly a day which will live in infamy, September the 11th, 2001, and the worst terrorist attack in the history of the world. The updates are coming in fast and furious now from individual states across the nation. Suffice it to say that governments across this country are now shutting down all major tall buildings. That's the way it seems, as we've just gotten reports from New Jersey across the river where they watch these buildings fall. The governor of Pennsylvania now asking to use a Fox News satellite truck to address the people of his state. Overwhelming calls now from governors and congressmen and senators for calm across the nation. The president soon to address the nation about how the United States will respond. David Schuster has been reporting throughout the day that the military is now on an alert, which is parallel with alert that would be in place should we be at war. Newt Gingrich saying earlier that this is likened to Pearl Harbor. President Bush will put it all into perspective for us shortly. Those are the latest updates as we have them. Once again, the FBI to make an official statement in just a matter of minutes. This from our correspondent there at the Pentagon. The president to speak down in Shreveport, Louisiana in just a few minutes. John, both of those for you live when they come in here in the newsroom.
All right, Shepard Smith in our newsroom. Thanks very much. Again, to restate, you're looking at the place where the World Trade Center used to stand in Manhattan. A billowing cloud of smoke still rolling up from the foundations of the towers. They crumbled around, in the 10 o'clock hour. This after they were struck by two hijacked jetliners in separate incidents just before and just after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time. 50,000 people work in those buildings on a given day. It's certain that a good number of those people were already at their desks. Witnesses describe seeing people jumping from the upper floors in flames, preferring to make a quick end of their lives rather than suffer disastrously. Here is the picture of the second plane coming in. We are not exactly certain at this point which plane that was. It's believed that was the American Airlines Flight 77 from Washington to LAX. We believe that was the plane that was employed as a flying bomb to destroy the second of the World Trade Center towers. The structural steel in those towers, steel that was thought to be strong enough to withstand this kind of attack, ultimately gave way to the heat of the burning fuel from those aircraft. You can see there the pictures, people who have broken out the windows. They cannot breathe. They are leaning outside, waving handkerchiefs, towels, anything they can, waiting for rescue that almost certainly never came. The towers crumbled one at a time, as you're looking at the replay here, in a tremendous shower of shattering glass and concrete. Almost certainly there will be casualties in neighboring buildings because the World Trade Center towered so tall above the buildings around it. As it fell, there'd be steel beams, girders, chunks of concrete, enormous piles of material cascading down from 1,000 feet in the sky, a quarter mile up, all of this material falling down to the ground, and anybody who was underneath it would have a difficult time surviving indeed. Also, we take you to Washington, where the Pentagon remains on fire, a fire burning out of control after a hijacked jetliner there slammed into the outer wall, the outer ring of the Pentagon. Now, this one could have been worse. We have early indications of perhaps 36 people dead, but it appears that the impact of that plane actually came on the ground outside the Pentagon. So the fire is still burning there, the Pentagon in flames. Clearly, this was an attempt to strike at America's financial structure, the symbol of America in many respects, the World Trade Center, the tallest, the most visible buildings in New York City, right alongside New York Harbor. and also a strike at the Pentagon, the center of America's military. Shepard Smith has a late update now from the newsroom. Shep?
John, we have just gotten this in from the World Trade Center explosions in New York City. The death toll is now estimated at 10,000. This out of New York, and this, according to the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths at the Pentagon as well. Representative Jim Moran, coming out of the Capitol Police headquarters, has just told Fox News on camera, again, he is a Democrat from Virginia, that the official estimate now is 10,000 have been killed in Lower Manhattan as the World Trade Centers collapse to the ground. We're expecting to hear from the president shortly, John.
All right, Shepard Smith, thank you. And that death toll, suffice it to say, could certainly go up. There were thousands of people, perhaps, among them some of New York's finest and bravest police and fire officials, trying to effect the rescue of those people who were caught in the top of those buildings. At the time, we thought, and here you look at the replay of the plane slamming, this is the second plane now, slamming into the second tower, and the catastrophic explosion there that certainly killed everyone on board the plane, as well as probably hundreds in the World Trade Center towers. So there were firefighters and police officers on the ground trying to effect the rescue of those people above. And all of a sudden, both of the towers came cascading down around them. Clearly, a great number of the people whose lives have been lost today are the firefighters and the rescue crews who were trying to help save others. We are awaiting word from President Bush. He was in Florida at the time this all began. As you look at these unedited pictures of people scrambling away from the dust cloud resulting from the collapse of the World Trade Center. President Bush was on the ground in Florida. He was to address an elementary school on what was supposed to be an upbeat event promoting education in this country. President Bush is safe. Air Force One took him to Shreveport, Louisiana. We expect he will be addressing the nation momentarily. Once again, the U.S. military is on the highest state of alert. The kind of alert that would have emanated from the Pearl Harbor attack. And as former House Speaker Newt Gingrich said today on the air on Fox News, certainly this attack will bring with it more casualties than the American forces lost at Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. Experts have been saying for a long time that perhaps the military attacks of the future would be of this kind. And Bill Daley, former FBI agent, I guess this is the worst kind of scenario. This is what was predicted, but perhaps maybe never imagined.
It was predicted, imagined, but the countermeasures to ever deal with something like this were something you couldn't come to grips with. How are you going to stop commercial airliners from coming down routes around New York that they normally travel?
It's monumental, the scope of the catastrophe. Brett Hume is in Washington now with some more information for us.
Yeah, John, we just, as we've noted, that fire continues to burn at the Pentagon, but the Secretary of Defense, we now understand from Admiral Craig Quigley, his spokesman, who has just spoken to Fox News a short time ago, says that he is in the building, that he is in the National Military Command Center, which is a kind of bunker within the Pentagon, where it is said that communications are working. While the place is a little smoky, the secretary never left the building. That threat condition Delta, which David Schuster earlier described to you as the most advanced threat condition there is, has been set for the Pentagon. Quigley seemed not to know the military threat alert nationwide, but as for why it was imposed at the Pentagon, he said, quote, it was simply the prudent thing to do. I think most people would concur with that. The members of the congressional leadership, Brian Wilson reports from Capitol Hill, where he's been at the police station there, have been taken, it is said, to a secure location. We earlier heard from Senator John Kyle that said, yes, they are secure. They are in touch with each other, that the plan, at least for dealing with these things, as far as Capitol Hill is concerned, is underway and in effect. The FBI, John, is saying that they received no warning about this, no warning at all. And for that reason, obviously, that U.S. forces were not on any special alert. That's the latest from here.
All right. Britt Hume in Washington, thank you. As you look at these pictures of the smoking side of the Pentagon, it bears repeating that most of the building is still intact and even occupied. David Schuster was in the Pentagon for a good part of the morning. David, are you still inside the building?
John, we are. The pictures that you're looking, if you imagine the camera swinging to the left and going to the next concentric ring, that's where the media offices are, and that's where we are. We can tell you that the hallways, to give you an extent of how big the fire is that continues to rage out of control in many of the offices of the Pentagon on our side, which is clearly, several hundred feet, or if not several hundred yards from where the fire is that you can see on the screen. The smoke is so thick that you really can't see down the hallway more than 20 feet in front of you. That's how thick it is. A short time a while ago, we saw 6 FBI agents walking down the hallway heading towards the part of the building where the plane crashed. We do believe now that the plane, in fact, that it was a direct hit on the south side of the building. Some of the local television pictures, when you look at them, you can see that there is a gaping hole at least 150 feet wide by the helipad. It does not appear that there are any marks on the grass in front, so it does seem as if the plane that struck the Pentagon did hit directly into the E-ring, the outside ring. At the moment, there are still at least, from our estimation, perhaps 20 to 30 offices over 4 floors that continue to burn out of control. The flames are shooting out the windows. The fire apparently continues to spread north along the building, north as far as the side facing Arlington National Cemetery. Again, the Pentagon has been evacuated, except as reported earlier, the National Military Command Center, which is where Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld is located. In addition, as far as the threat condition Delta, that applies to some of the Atlantic Fleet, some of the Air Command and Control, the groups that would coordinate U.S. military assets along the East Coast. Many of these assets will be used as far as civilian help, civilian efforts. Furthermore, we're told that all U.S. fighters in the United States are now on alert and are under control of the North American Air Defense System known as NORAD. This is a joint U.S.-Canadian system based in Colorado. Fighters were sent up and escorted Air Force One into Louisiana. But again, the situation here at the Pentagon, as you can see, the fire continues to burn out of control. One of the problems that firefighters are having is that it is very difficult because of how big the Pentagon is to get to some of the inner rings where the fire continues to burn. John?
All right. David Schuster at the Pentagon reporting live. Thank you. Again, apparently in that updated report from David Schuster, the Pentagon took a direct hit. Let's get another update now from Britt Hume in Washington.
Well, John, the latest thing we have just quickly is that we're hearing now from through the White House press pool and from our producer, Nancy Harmeyer, who's still in Sarasota where the president was, but in touch, that the president has made the statement that he is going to make. He made it to tape. And the tape has been dropped off there at Barksdale Air Force Base, Barksdale military facility there on the Texas-Louisiana border near Shreveport. And he's now headed, we know not where, and that the tape is being ferried to a local broadcasting facility there. And you now see the situation there, some live picture from the Pentagon. Of officials there in the hall. And here is the president. This is the president to make this statement. This is Barksdale. This is tape, folks, not live. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. It appears there we saw the president start to come in. That, of course, was videotape, and that was a raw tape feed as it was coming in. It takes a while often for levels to be set and for everybody receiving to get clear that the picture and sound are coming in properly. And it is not uncommon at broadcast facilities when tape like this is being fed. We're going to have another go at it here now and see if this time we can hear this taped remark from the president.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward.
We see what's happening here. This is a videotape being fed from a remote location, and we're trying to get a clear signal and keep it from breaking up and get it onto the air. So sometimes this takes a little bit of time, and we will definitely do what we can to bring it to you as soon as we can see it and hear it clearly. That was the president of the United States. Here he comes again, same tape. See if we can hear it and see it more clearly this time.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested, but make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
That concludes the president's taped comments from Barksdale Military Base in Louisiana. The president of the United States speaking just a short time ago. We know not now where the president is. You heard him say that the United States military is on full alert. All security precautions could be taken, that he's been in touch with House, Senate leaders and other members of the administration, as well as with foreign leaders. He said, we will hunt down and punish those who are responsible for what he called this cowardly act. That concludes Fox News Channel's presentation and Fox News' coverage of this presidential statement. Back to you in New York.
Britt, thanks very much. It bears repeating that apparently Camp David, the president's vacation residence there in Maryland, apparently was the target of another one of these attacks. We haven't talked about it a great deal today because apparently that attempt did not succeed. But there was a fourth airliner, besides the two that slammed into the World Trade Center and the one that slammed into the Pentagon, a fourth airliner, a United plane, slammed into the ground not far from, about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. And the intelligence indications are that Camp David, the president's vacation residence, and it bears noting the place where the Camp David Accords were signed, signifying a possible peace deal between the Israelis and the Palestinians. Camp David was apparently one of the attacks. Bill Daley, former FBI agent who worked on the investigation following the first World Trade Center bombing back in '93, is still with us. Bill, there is so much symbolism that we will have to be alert for as we look at the causes of what has happened today, right down to the names of the airlines involved, United and American.
You know, John, I think as we take a step back, and certainly we're all reeling from the shock of the first, few moments of this, which we're still into, and the recovery. When we look at what actually has happened and to the design that has gone into this by using domestic carriers, as you mentioned, ones that carry our own flag on it, crashing into symbols of our way of life.
Let me interrupt you, Bill, because we are going to.
Questions that you might
this
have
is a spokesman from American Airlines.
Today's events appropriately need to be addressed.
And again, Al, you can't confirm which plane went into what site.
Not at this point.
And it makes it difficult for you to release any information.
Right, it's just impossible at this point.
Now, you did get a warning apparently this morning that something was amiss.
Well, again, every aspect of the investigation is being handled by the FBI, and they will respond to any questions you might have about the investigation.
How is American Airlines handling this in terms of operations, getting passengers off planes that are stuck on planes?
We are in total control of the total contact with the federal government about every aspect of it, and and working with the federal government on every aspect of it.
When relatives dial that 800 number, what will they be told at?
Well, we'll deal with them. We have procedures for dealing with them and doing the best we can to assist them.
Can you tell us if all your planes are on the ground?
At this point, I can't.
And what's the sense around here? Clearly, it's a terrible tragedy for your company. What's the sense in this building today?
Well, obviously, it's a matter of deep regret that the incident occurred, and we are working completely with the FBI on every aspect of the investigation.
Do you ever think you'd see something like this?
Well, this is an extraordinary circumstance, sir.
Is it anything you all tried to prepare for?
It's just, there's no way to prepare for something like this.
Al, I'm sorry. Did you say all American flights were on the ground?
Well, we are working with the federal government to ascertain at this point. But there's nothing much more I can provide at this time. So if we have anything more that we can provide, we'd be delighted to do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al.
So there you hear from a spokesman for American Airlines. 2 of its planes apparently involved today. 2 United airplanes also involved today in strikes against the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and possibly an attempted strike against Camp David in Maryland, the presidential retreat. As you look at live video of U.S. Air Force fighter planes that are now circling New York as well as Washington, D.C. Shepard Smith has some late-breaking information now for us from the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
A wealth of information coming in, John. I can tell you now that the United States military has dispatched 2 warships and the National Guard to report immediately to New York Harbor to help in what will be the largest in-country rescue effort in the history of this nation, no doubt. To repeat our earlier information from Representative Jim Moran, Democrat of Virginia, who came out of the Capitol Police Headquarters, and said on camera an estimated 10,000 people are dead in New York City, and says the attack on the Pentagon, there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The fire at the Pentagon still quoted as being out of control in the words of those there trying to put it out. This information from the West Bank city of Nablus, where we now have reports and videotape coming into Fox News Channel, where thousands of Palestinians are this day celebrating Tuesday's attacks, chanting "God is great" and distributing candy to passersby. The Taliban has made a statement as well, saying that it is not right to be putting this off on Osama bin Laden at this moment, that he does not have the sources available to do such a thing. And the Taliban there has itself condemned today's attacks. President Bush and a handful of aides were whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill. Mrs. Bush, that is. Mrs. Bush, the First Lady, and a handful of aides whisked away by motorcade from Capitol Hill, where she was to have testified at a Senate Committee on Education, to a hideout now, the First Lady in a hideout away from the White House. There, the sequestered group huddled around a single television in their hideout and channel surf for the latest news. You may be hearing a broadcast going off within our building. We are now in a 45-story building, the News Corp building, and we are hearing on overhead that the New York City Police Department is requesting that all non-essential personnel in the building be evacuated immediately. Here is the situation now. It's my understanding that these evacuations are happening in high-rises across New York City. 50,000 people scheduled to work this day in the Twin Towers, hundreds of thousands more across the city, and all of the skyscrapers in the city of New York are now being evacuated. The problem with that is the subway systems are down. Traffic is almost non-existent. We travel here by cabs, which are not on the streets. John Scott, back to you in New York.
Shepard Smith, thank you. I want to bring in somebody who has kept an eye on this kind of situation over the years. Bill Richardson, the former Energy Secretary and UN Ambassador, is joining us by telephone. The Secretary Richardson, this is an appalling development. I can only ask for your gut level reaction, and what should America's reaction be?
Well, first we have to support the president, who I think made a very, very important statement that we're not going to tolerate this. We have to pray for the victims. I think this is a time when the country needs to come together. This is an unbelievable tragedy. It looks like the work of Osama bin Laden, who I had tried to extradite several years ago from Afghanistan as UN ambassador. It's a coordinated attack. I think we have to get
the best intelligence we can from our allies and friends around the world, and then basically plan a huge, massive response against these perpetrators.
Well, as you say, you have tried to get him extradited before. The U.S. has been pressuring the Taliban to give him up for years. What further pressure can we bring to bear?
Well, I believe that the first thing we need to do is penetrate those terrorist cells to find out exactly where he is. We need a massive response against him there. Secondly, we have to raise the stakes in the international community to initiate sanctions if nations don't cooperate in extraditing him to the United States or finding him. This man is a menace to the international community, not just to the United States. And thirdly, I believe that we have to bring the international community, our allies, developing countries, in a war against terrorism. Terrorism hits across borders, and there has to be an international, perhaps United Nations response, a coordinated response to prevent this from happening again. This is a massive attack on the United States, but also on the international community.
Bill Richardson, the former United Nations ambassador, thank you. As we continue to keep an eye on the skies over Manhattan and in Washington, D.C., people are nervous, understandably, when they hear jets fly overhead, and many of the jets that are flying now are military fighters. On alert there, the Air Force and presumably the Navy as well have military aircraft patrolling the skies over the nation's capital and also New York City. Probably several of the other major cities as well. Let's go to one of our correspondents in Washington, D.C., Rita Cosby, who has some late information for us. Rita?
John, I've been talking to intelligence sources few hours, and the last thing that they said to me was all signs are strongly pointing to Osama bin Laden. One intelligence, this is a senior official at an intelligence agency, told me that on June 20th of this year, bin Laden released a video to his followers saying, quote, "It's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts the most," signaling that he may plan some sort of attack on U.S. soil. In addition to this, John, they're also looking at who would have had the capability, who would have had the motivation. They said in recent weeks there has been a lot of activity on Islamic chat rooms talking about threats against the United States. But in terms of actual training for Osama bin Laden, he does own a number of planes, also trains specific pilots to actually be able to carry out these type of attacks. And this is something that intelligence sources are saying that they were aware he was doing this type of training, not necessarily to attack the U.S., but to train for suicide attacks on planes and other mechanisms. He also, as we know, is believed to be behind the attack of the USS Cole. And of course, that was someone who came up on a boat and planned a suicide attack in that mechanism. They do believe, however, if he is connected to this, and again, this is just a strong possibility that they're looking at, that he would have been augmented by another group. They said that, of course, he has widespread tentacles across the world and has followers across the world. And among the possibilities that could have, that they're looking at right now is augmenting would have been a Palestinian group and also the Hezbollah.
All right, Rita Cosby. This is just an absolutely stunning day. I still cannot get accustomed to the pictures that you're seeing there on your screen now. This is a looking, well, we were seeing Lower Manhattan. Now, this appears to be the area around Reagan National Airport in Washington. Hard to say. We'll find out what these pictures are specifically, but fighter jets now patrolling the skies over Manhattan as well as over Washington, D.C. There is the picture where you should see the World Trade Center standing tall and proud, but they are gone. 50,000 people scheduled to work in those buildings today. We don't know yet how many of them were able to get out, but the estimates are that 10,000 are dead. Hard to wrap your mind around a number like that. 10,000 dead. We suspect that the number is going to go higher than that. Britt Hume is in Washington, D.C. Britt?
John, some senior members of Congress, members of the Senate in particular, have been heard now on what they think the congressional response ought to be. Republican Senator John Warner, who is the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, said just a short time ago that he believes that the Congress needs to meet tomorrow or as soon as possible in some place. He also assures Washingtonians and those working in this city that there is a military air cap over Washington, D.C., which means that there are warplanes in the skies that will not allow any unauthorized plane near the city. That should be of some comfort to those who have been wondering whether a further attack from the air might be on the way or indeed possible. Senator Joseph Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, told our Brian Wilson just a short time ago that he believes that Congress should meet tomorrow and that that Congress should meet in the Capitol building to show that business goes on. And that is something obviously the leaders of Congress are considering very urgently. Now, one of the things that we should point out here, when you see the president touching down at an Air Force base at an unknown, or at least previously unknown location, dropping off a videotape, having taped a statement there and moving on, is that at times like these, the security becomes very tight, and security officials exercise maximum authority and get control of the situation. And after all that has happened, one can only imagine how extensive and how sweeping they want the further security precautions regarding the president and anyone around him to be. So I think we're probably in for some more mystery about the whereabouts of the president of the United States for some time now, because in a situation like that, security becomes the ultimate, almost the only priority, and that will govern a great deal of what happens. Back to you, John.
Britt, I know we're all grabbing for information here, and it's coming in bits and pieces, but do you know anything about that plane crash that apparently there is talk of a plane crash perhaps directed at Camp David? How close did it come?
That is what members of Congress coming out of briefings are saying, that the plane crash near Pittsburgh. Now, Pittsburgh is Pittsburgh, of course, is some distance from Washington, but it is north and west of Washington, as indeed Camp David is north and somewhat west of Washington. And so, if a plane were headed south and east out of Pittsburgh or in that region, that would be a likely place for it to. That would be a likely area for it to be in, or for it to be in that region. So members of Congress are told that intelligence officials believe that that's exactly where that plane was going when it crashed in that area. So that is obviously what they're thinking, that the Camp David retreat may have been under attack. And the Camp David retreat, by the way, is easier to hit than the White House. The White House is really not in anybody's normal flight plan or flight plane. That's not true of the Pentagon. The Pentagon is located just cheek by jowl with Washington National Airport. So a plane could be headed for what looks like a normal approach to Washington National Airport, veer off at the last minute and crash into the Pentagon, which appears to be what's happened. That would be more difficult to do with the White House. If a plane appeared to be on a flight path there would be jet scrambled. It would be harder to accomplish. Camp David, though, on the other hand, is another matter.
And I can't help but wonder, Britt, about the possible symbolism of a strike at Camp David, the place where, after all, the Camp David peace accords were signed.
Well, absolutely, the Camp David peace accords being signed there. And, of course, it is a symbol of the President of the United States. It is a place where he goes as a retreat. It is thought of as a safe and secure place. The symbolism of that would not be lost on the world either.
All right. Britt Hume again in Washington. Thank you very much. Newt Gingrich, Fox News contributor, the former Speaker of the House, is also joining us once again. Newt, you have a lot of high contacts at high levels of government. What is the thinking about the responsibility at this point, or is it too early for that?
I think it's way too early for people to have sorted this out. I think the first reaction is to, as Britt pointed out, is to make sure the president and the leadership is safe. The second reaction is to make sure that we save as many lives as we can, that we focus on the rescue effort. And I think you'll see coming out of this in 24 to 48 hours, a much more focused effort to then begin to look at who did it, how do we get at them, how do we hit them hard enough that nobody ever tries to do this again. But I think it takes some time. This is an enormous shock, and the system, I think, takes a little while to get in gear. I must say, though, that to hear members of Congress complain about the intelligence service when the budgets have been too small, when for the last 25 years we've adopted rules that were tighter and tighter and stricter, that made it virtually impossible for the American intelligence agencies to penetrate these kind of groups. I think that if the Congress really wants to be helpful, they need to pass some immediate action that strengthens our intelligence capability. And instead of playing a blame game, they need to take some responsibility for strengthening and enhancing our intelligence. And then I think the administration has to reach out around the world and make quite clear that we are going to go after whoever did this, and that people can decide either to be with the terrorist or to be with the Americans, but there's not going to be any middle ground, and there's not going to be any neutrality in the process of getting even. This will turn out to be vastly worse in human life than Pearl Harbor, and we have to keep refocusing. This is an act of war. This is not an accident. It's not an act of God. This is an act of war deliberately created by a group of people who were determined to hurt the United States.
And yet they could be a relatively small group. How do you strike back at a country that when you may not be able to pin down exactly who within that country?
Flatly, I don't believe this was done by a relatively small group. I don't think you could have trained and prepared for this mission. I don't think without sanctuaries, without people who were protecting them, without safe areas, without training camps, this was not prepared in a couple of mobile homes by a handful of fanatics. This is a well-financed, systematic act and could not be sustained without the support of some very major states. And we have to make clear that we will not tolerate any nation harboring training grounds, preparation areas, or known fugitives, and that we will exert whatever level of pressure and force is necessary to get those people released. Bin Laden has been a known opponent of the United States for 8 years. And we have not exerted the kind of pressure we're capable of. This is an act of war against the American people, against freedom, as the president said. And I think we have to react on behalf, as we did in 1941 after Pearl Harbor. We have to react with total effort to make sure that this doesn't happen again.
Newt, I know that you are a historian. Perhaps you can fill us in a bit later about reaction financially throughout America and the world after Pearl Harbor. But let me bring in now our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, who is here. Neil, all of the stock markets continue to be closed today, correct?
Right. The first was talk that they would open late. They decided not to open at all. Trading in Europe has now since stopped. The markets there were hit and hit hard. It's probably a good thing in retrospect the markets never opened here. They would have collapsed at the open, anywhere from a 300 to 500 point opening had that occurred. Of course, this is the financial center of the world here, not just the New York metropolitan area in the United States, but of the world. This was the home of Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. It takes up about a tenth of the lease space in those two towers that are now no more. We should also emphasize that the New York Mercantile Exchange is here. A great deal of oil and gold, even some currency trading was done out of these buildings. It is also interesting to note that as this all hit the fan, the dollar was tumbling here as the world markets began to sense from this that the United States was in serious, serious trouble. And then this bastion of security was maybe in some doubt. Typically in times of strife, people run to the dollar as sort of a safe haven. They did just the opposite today, and not surprisingly, because terrorism hit our shores. We should also point out some of the reverberations from this. We have not gotten any indications from the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ or any of the financial markets if or even when they're going to open anytime soon. The feeling seems to be that they might resume sometime tomorrow, but again, that is not a given. We should emphasize here as well that this is very much royal trading abroad. All the major markets were down appreciably before they shut for business, anywhere from 5 to 7% losses on concerns that the world's greatest superpower has a terrorist problem on its hands. Now, where has that money been going? Interestingly enough, it's lifted the price of oil. There's a serious concern that we might go tit for tat into the Middle East on concerns whether this is Osama bin Laden or some Middle Eastern terrorist group, and that this might lift oil prices as a result. We should say that at last check, oil had shot up better than $6 a barrel, now to close to $32 a barrel. So the financial pain, besides the obvious physical pain, could be quite pronounced. And it's something we're watching very closely for you, because if the intent here was symbolic, that is going after a United Airlines plane and an American Airlines plane, then also attacking the financial mecca of the universe was just as symbolic and perhaps longer term more telling. Rick Leventhal was literally in the center of the storm. He joins us now out of downtown New York with the latest. Rick.
Well, it's an eerie scene. It's almost eerily quiet now, except for an occasional ambulance flying by. And just a short time ago, we saw some doctors in scrubs heading on small vehicles towards the World Trade Center, which is still, or what's left of it, still smoking down the street here. Police have cordoned off the entire area surrounding it. The only vehicles passing through now are police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances, and construction vehicles like that. We just had a fleet of ambulances head into the scene. They were staged behind us here. They just went in, which suggests that perhaps they're getting closer to the base of the World Trade Center, where there might be many injured waiting to be rescued, in fact. And joining us now is a former detective with the New York City Police Department, worked with the Commissioner's Office. I know you're very familiar with crisis management. Tom Ruskin just came back from the base of the World Trade Center. Describe for us what you saw there.
There's a lot of fire, a lot of debris. Part of the facade of the World Trade Center is all brought down and hanging there in an eerie type of site that you would expect to see in a movie. Fire is burning around it. Emergency crews are staged in the area but can't get close to it because of the fire and the chance that the debris may come down.
What can we expect to happen next?
Well, after they search for survivors, possible survivors, what will happen is the FBI will take over the investigation. The FBI will launch a massive investigation, as the president has told us this morning, which will definitely go up to Boston, where the planes originated, and thereafter go wherever the trail may lead.
You're familiar with the way the city handles these types of terrorist attacks. You handled the last bombing at the World Trade Center. What's going on right now in the hearts and minds of New York City's finest?
Well, what's going on is trying to rescue those people who may be left behind underneath the rubble, around the area, people who have been hurt. Hospitals have gone to a full state of alert in their triage areas. A block from here, we have a firehouse that is acting as a triage area so people can go in there and be treated with medical personnel. The city is on a high state of alert relative to the medical casualties that we may have.
Do we have to work under the assumption that this is not the end? Is that the way the police department and all the other agencies handle this?
Well, the military has gone on their highest state of alert. We don't know if it's over. We don't know. We know that all planes have been grounded throughout the country at this point in time, and thereafter, each step that has been planned for will take effect.
A lot of people might say, well, New York City should have been ready for this. The police department, everybody else should have known that something like this might happen. Was the department prepared? Did it have a plan in place?
The city constantly trains and retrains. The Office of Emergency Management does nothing but train and retrain and get ready for something like this. But we live in a very free society where our gates are open, where people come in and visit. Terrorism has always been a possibility in the United States because we don't live under the tight control of other countries. So a plane hitting the World Trade Center or two planes hitting the World Trade Center was something that could happen. They are trained for it. I don't think that anyone would ever expect it to happen. Two planes in one day in one city, another plane to hit the Pentagon, another plane to crash in Philadelphia.
All right, Tom Ruskin, thanks a lot for joining us. We're hearing that there's a run on a lot of grocery stores in New York City, Upper East Side in particular, where people are starting to panic and thinking they might not be able to get food and supplies and that sort of thing. And obviously the message is not to panic and not to take these kinds of actions. Also, I want to point out they're looking for blood. They need blood donors, and they're asking people if you're able to donate blood to go to a number of locations in New York City to do just that. So something that everyone should think about. Reporting live in Lower Manhattan, I'm Rick Leventhal. Now back to you.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. Let's get an update now from Shepard Smith in the Fox Newsroom. Shepard?
John, I want to get you updated on a lot of information that has been coming through. This now coming from the Associated Press, which has just been handed to me. An update coming from AP with editor of a London-based Arabic newspaper saying he received a warning from associates of Osama bin Laden, but did not take them seriously. Also, a news conference by airport officials is underway in Pittsburgh. The governor of Pennsylvania will be addressing his state in just a moment through the facilities of Fox News. I also want to let you know, we know more about the president's travels today. You may remember as all of this happened, President Bush was in Florida waiting for an education conference. He was flown then immediately. They put him in the air initially with no initial decision about where he would go. They took him to a very high altitude, according to reports. His jet, Air Force One, was accompanied by and flanked by U.S. military fighter jets. Then a decision was made to put him down in Shreveport, Louisiana, where he made the statement. I can tell you that he has now spoken with Mrs. Bush, who is in a bunker, as it is being described, a hideout bunker huddled around a single television set in this hideout, channel surfing for the latest news, according to one person who was in there during the time. Osama bin Laden's name has been mentioned here. The Taliban has said throughout the day, rejecting claims that Osama bin Laden may have been involved. There is dancing in the streets in one city on the West Bank. It is now being said. We have videotape, as a matter of fact, which we are efforting to get into New York and should have here shortly, of them handing out candy in the streets and saying that God is dead. Now, this as an aside, in June, a United States judge had set this Wednesday, tomorrow, as the sentencing date for a bin Laden associate for his role in the bombing of a U.S. embassy in Tanzania that killed 213 people. So an associate of bin Laden would have been sentenced tomorrow in Manhattan at a courthouse just across the street from the World Trade Center. No one from the U.S. Attorney's Office could be reached today to comment on whether the sentencing is still on. In the West Bank city of Nablus, thousands of Palestinians celebrating now, chanting God is great, distributing candy to passersby. As we speak at this moment, the death toll continues to rise in Lower Manhattan. We had a quote earlier this day from a man, a senator, actually a congressman who had been inside Washington, D.C. police headquarters. He is a Democrat from Virginia, Representative Jim Moran, who came out of the Capitol Police headquarters and said to our cameras, the estimated death toll now 10,000 out of New York. And says the attack on the Pentagon, that there were undoubtedly deaths as well. The Pentagon still on fire as we speak in Lower Manhattan, still working to clean up the mess and find any potential survivors. Rick Leventhal mentioned just a moment ago this idea that there are fears, at least, that panic may spread. Rest assured, in much of the city of Manhattan, there is some degree of edgy calm. There are not streets, there are not cabs in the streets. There are not cars making their way around. The bridges and tunnels to this island city are shut. You have to realize, as sentiment goes against Osama bin Laden, the people who drive those cabs have suddenly made themselves scarce. There is no public transportation to speak of aside from buses in Manhattan. The subways are shut down. The major buildings, at least in our area in the center of Manhattan, have just been ordered by the New York City Police Department to be evacuated of all non-essential personnel. So the situation as we know it now is this. The tens of thousands of people who work in skyscrapers, which were not leveled today, have been coming out of those skyscrapers into the streets with no way of getting transportation anywhere else within the city and no way to exit the city of Manhattan. Therefore, they gather on street corners, talking on cell phones, outside 54th Street, just down the street from here. We could see them at 42nd Street from the roof of our 45-story building here. Outside all the major points where transportation would normally be available. Grand Central Station, the gateway to New York City by subway and by train. Penn Station, where buses were coming in, all shut down. And again, a plea for calm. So many of these people who were sitting around in Manhattan with nothing to do are urged now to donate blood because the situation in Lower Manhattan requires that a lot of blood come forward. We are getting reports from every state in the United States now, repeated ones through the Associated Press, about the way each state is now reacting. All government headquarters now on high alert. We are on Delta alert right now in the United States, which means our military is at a level as if war had been declared against the United States. There is no higher state of alert in the United States of America than is underway right now. Delta. David Schuster's at the Pentagon, keeping watch there. Rick Leventhal in downtown Manhattan. As the facts come in, we'll bring them to you from the newsroom. John, back to you.
All right, Shepard, thanks very much. I want to get an update now from Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where the dead and injured are being taken. Molly?
It's a terrible scene here, John. Over 300 people have volunteered to go inside and give blood. Hundreds are coming in here to St. Vincent's Hospital, treating for everything from heart attacks to smoke inhalation to severe burns. And I'm here with Dr. Robert Lurch, who's been inside all day. Can you tell us what's been going on?
Basically inside there's all types of injuries, from very minor injuries to very serious injuries. The hospital is very well organized. People are being triaged into the appropriate situations, where whether it be a minor cut or an abrasion or asthma or heart attacks or stroke or whatever.
Have you got what you need, and is there a sense of panic, or is it calm?
No, I think everything is basically under control. There's every imaginable specialist in there. People are just waiting to do whatever they can, and things are very well taken care of at this point.
Okay. Is there anything you can tell us about what patients can do? Can people volunteer? Can they come here to ask about loved ones? It's obviously a scene that's been in chaos.
Unfortunately, at this point, I don't think really anybody knows anything.
Okay.
At this point, people are just being taken care of, and as far as in a global sense, how many people are hurt, how many people, no one has a clue.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll let you go back to your work. Okay. Family members can call St. Vincent's Hospital. Press conference is going to go on around 3 o'clock today, and a list is being compiled and released. Nothing is formal yet. All is in chaos. We'll keep a watch on it here. Back to you.
Molly Falconer, thanks very much. The mayor of the city of New York, Rudy Giuliani, is on the phone with us now. Mr. Mayor, do we have any idea yet the number of casualties?
We don't know the number of casualties. We know it's going to be a large number of people that were seriously injured and that died. And there's no way at this point of knowing or even focusing on that. The effort right now is to save as many people as possible. And we have thousands of emergency workers doing that right now. And we have, from the police department, the fire department, the emergency services, the governor has alerted and put on standby the National Guard, and they should be able to relieve us later this afternoon. I believe that's going to be a number like 1,500, 1,700 National Guard. And we also have the urban search and rescue teams, 3 of them, that are coming to New York to help assist our police department and our fire department. So that's really the focus right now has to be.
I hate to
how many people can we rescue?
Right. I hate to wonder how many of your people, how many police and firefighters were there around the base of the Twin Towers when they began collapsing.
I am very worried about them, and saw some of them rush in and go in, and was with them. We were in a building that was trapped for a while, so when we left, I could see that they were going to. There's no question there are going to be significant casualties to our emergency personnel. It's terrible.
What do you say to the residents of New York City right now? Clearly, Manhattan has been locked down. The transportation in and out is shut off.
First of all, anyone in southern Manhattan should just head north. Just get beyond Canal Street, even further north. Not only is it safer because the smoke condition is still very bad, but it will help us in the emergency efforts if we clear out southern Manhattan, Canal Street south. Everyone should just leave and walk out and walk north, and therefore we'll be able to get the hundreds and hundreds of ambulances that we have to get in, and then take people to emergency hospitals out as fast as possible so we can save as many lives as possible to the rest of the people in the city of New York. And just pray, and things are safe and things are secure right now, and let's keep hoping and praying that the casualties are kept to the smallest number.
This is a good site. Oh, that's cool. I could play all day from the sky. I'd like a election night 2000. Aha! Well, look who's making a queue. That's 11 hours. Let me go ahead and make 24 hours. All right, cool.
Alaska goes for Bush, gives him 240 electoral votes. Gore has 231. It is not over. Those are among the CBS News election night headlines of the hour. It's the Late Late Show here on election night. The polls are now closed everywhere.
Thank you for joining a 24/7 news broadcast. We got some oldies but goodies. These are not live. These are old. Just looking at the past, trying to see if I can catch anything that I missed before. Now this campaign, I was in Nashville, and Gore was going to have. I was at Gore's thing and on Broadway, and we had an actual TV. Like, it was a TV plugged into the cigarette lighter in the car. I was watching the broadcast while we were driving around Nashville, wondering what was going on. So if you want to know what's going on, you don't know what happened in election of 2000, here you go. I got a few videos on it. And then I got this queue lined up if I don't come back to you for like a day and a half. But hopefully that won't happen.
Todos. Round and round it goes. Who gets the electoral vote when and from exactly where? Nobody knows. But this is what's still hanging out there. Florida, Wisconsin, Arkansas, Oregon, Washington, and Iowa. We call them the decisive six. At midnight in the East, this is the all-important electoral vote count at this moment. 240 for Bush, 231 for Gore. It takes 270 to win. Here is the national popular vote at this moment. 49% to 48%. Both have about 34 million votes. With the polls now closed in Alaska, the voting is all over. The waiting isn't. Let's take a look. Alaska's the last of the states to have polls closed. Alaska's 3 electoral votes go Republican, go for Bush, as expected. Now, 6 states too close to call. We want to show you the actual tabulated votes in the 6 states that are still out there. These 6 states include Florida with 25 electoral votes. This is how it looks in Florida at the moment. Bush has a 50 to 48% lead. How much of that comes from the absentee ballots, we can't say, but the Bush people all along, even when Florida earlier had been called for Gore, said, we think the absentee ballot's going to overtake him. Maybe, maybe not. This is the way it looks right now. And that's with 82% of the precincts reporting. Let's move now to Arkansas. 6 electoral votes there. Gore leads 48 to 47% in Arkansas. Then we move on to Wisconsin. 11 electoral votes in Wisconsin. If we can get it up, this is how close the race looks in Wisconsin at this hour. Gore leading in Wisconsin, 48 to 47. Nader is tearing up Gore in some states that Gore almost absolutely had to have, and Wisconsin is one of them. However, this state is undecided. It's 11 electoral votes are still up for grabs. Now we move on to Iowa. 7 electoral votes in Iowa. The polls have been closed for a long time. Gore leads in Iowa 49% to 48% in the struggle for the 7 electoral votes in Iowa. In Oregon, a state where many thought might be Ralph Nader's strongest state, the polls closed in Oregon about an hour ago, a little more than an hour ago. Bush leads Gore 48-46 with Nader 4% of the vote. That's with 40 some odd percent of the precincts reporting. So Oregon's the 7 electoral votes right at the moment on the basis of actual votes in and counted is shaded toward George Bush, but too early to say that Bush is in fact going to carry Oregon. And the last of our decisive 6, the state of Washington, 11 electoral votes up there in the Evergreen State. And this is how close it looks in Washington. If we can get the actual vote totals up, Gore leads in Washington 49 to 47%, with 3% going for Nader. 11 electoral votes. Now, Ed Bradley, with these 6, what we call the decisive 6, if we can get them up on the map so people can see the states in white on our map. These are the states: Florida, Arkansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon. Al Gore doesn't have to run the table on those states if he carries Florida.
If he doesn't, he does have to run the table. But you look at some of the things that are important to voters in all of those states that you mentioned, Dan, qualities like honesty, Bush wins. Qualities like strong leadership, again, Bush wins. Qualities like good judgment, Bush wins again. In all of these states that you're talking about. And you say, how close is this race? Just looking at these numbers now, in Florida, with 82% of the vote actually counted, and they've had about 4.5 million votes, they're roughly about 100,000 votes apart in Florida. That's how close it is.
Now, folks, so you clearly understand it's advantage Bush, but it has been for quite some time. Can he close the deal? We just simply don't know. Bush has 240 electoral votes. That's with Alaska's just in 3 added. Gore has 231 with 270 needed to win. Take you back to the map because it's important to understand. Florida has 25 electoral votes. Even if Gore were to lose Florida, mathematically, he could still win. He'd have to run the table, get Arkansas, Iowa, Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon. That's if Gore was to finally lose his Florida. Arkansas, President Bush, 6 electoral votes drop in Arkansas, and they go for Bush. Now, does that mean Bush wins? No, it means he goes to 246 electoral votes to Gore's 231. Now, we said before that Bush was sort of camped at the 5-yard line. He moves down to about the 3-yard line. Can he stick it in? We don't know. Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, Washington, and Oregon now get down to the decisive 5, since Arkansas, Bill Clinton's home state, has gone to Bush. Now, Governor George Bush, Karl Rove, and the others around him bragged, there's no other way to put it, all along in the campaign, we will carry the home states of Al Gore and Bill Clinton. They put up and they delivered. They put up, now they can shut up because they've won the 6 electoral votes in Arkansas and 11 in Tennessee, and can simply sit back and say, listen, we told you we were going to do it, and we did it. But the election isn't over. Closer and closer, Bush moves to the decisive 270 electoral votes, but there are enough out there in the states where the polls have closed, but no decision yet, for Gore still to win. It's odds against, but it can be done. Lesley Stahl, what do we know about control of the House?
Well, we don't know anything definitively. Best guess
and it is a guess, is that they will pick up not the 7 they need, but between 2 and 4. This will tighten the margin in the House between the two parties and make it, Dan, nearly impossible for the new speaker, if it's Denny Hastert as the Republican, to really get anything done. The two parties are going to be that close to each other. But best guess, the Republicans hang on.
Well, speaking of Dennis Hastert, the Speaker of the House, the Republican Speaker of the House, he is with us now. Speaker Hastert, thank you for joining us. Leslie Stahl has just said, well, it looks like the Republicans will gain control of the House, keep it there, but it's going to be awful hard for you or any other speaker to get very much done. Do you agree with that?
Well, we were able to get some things done this year with a Democrat president and only at one point a 5-vote majority in the House. We balanced the budget for 4 consecutive years. We paid down the debt, $354 billion. We didn't touch a penny of Social Security or Medicare trust funds. That's a pretty good record. It's never been done before in any Congress. And, quite frankly, on things like health care and education, we need to do that in a bipartisan way. So folks need to work across the aisle on both sides to get those things done, and look forward to working with the new president. We're going to have a long wait tonight to see what our margin is in the House and certainly who becomes president of the United States. But I'm cautiously optimistic. We've been able to protect some of our seats in Kentucky and North Carolina and a couple other states where we thought we were very close. Plus, we picked up a few seats. So we feel pretty good so far.
Speaker Hastert, you don't mind if I call you Coach, but Speaker, if it turns out that you have a Republican president, a Republican-controlled Senate, even if Dick Cheney is the margin, and a Republican-controlled House, that's good for the country?
Well, it never happened in almost a half a century. And I think the issues of tax relief, tax reform, balancing the budget, paying down the debt, education reform, healthcare reform are some things that we can do, and we'll be working on that right away to get it done.
Dennis Hastert, Republican Speaker of the House, thank you for being with us, emphasizing that
my pleasure.
It now looks as though the Republicans will maintain control of the House, but with a very, very narrow margin. The electoral vote count at this hour, 246 for Bush, 242 for Al Gore. Washington State goes for Gore, keeping his hopes alive. 11 electoral votes in the Evergreen State. The motto up there is by and by. And in the sweet by and by, as it turns out for Gore, he gets Washington's 11 electoral votes. Is it too little, too late? No person can say. What we can say is that Gore's hopes are still alive, because now it's Bush 246, Gore 242. Let me tell you, I don't give people advice, but if the kids haven't gone to sleep, get them in the room, because people are going to be talking about this presidential race for a long time to come. Gore is 28 electoral votes away from becoming president of the United States. Bush is 24 electoral votes away. 246 Bush, 242 Gore. Let's go to the map, because now it's down to a decisive 4 states. Everything in red belongs to Bush. Blinking lights mean the states that went for Clinton Gore in 96 but have gone for Bush tonight. Bush has 246, all the states in red. Gore has 242, all the states in blue. Not many states in blue, but the big ones are, and that's the reason Gore is still in the hunt. He may be lagging a bit, but it's still possible. Florida, 25 electoral votes. Iowa with 7. Wisconsin with 11. Oregon with 7. This is now where the election is going to be decided. Our CBS News election coverage will continue in a moment with Bush out front, 246 to 242, with 270 needed to win.
It has a flat rear floor, so there's more room for your legs, which may or may not be a good thing.
Joey, cut it out!
Introducing the all-new Civic from Honda. Amazing but true.
Disney presents a fantastic journey into the imagination. Now you can experience it all in a brand new full-length feature. It's a breathtaking celebration of sight, sound, and magic. From the animators that brought you Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King, and Aladdin, Fantasia 2000, rated G, coming to video and Disney DVD November 14th.
Do you want your parties to be really special? Try Rocher, the European speciality your guests will adore. Smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, a luxurious taste sensation. It's more of a party with Rocher.
Now at Zales, save up to 50%. Plus, get an extra 10% off everything with your Zales charge card. Like this 5-carat bracelet, just $4.49 with your Zales charge. Now through Saturday at Zales stores nationwide or shop online at zales.com.
Wednesday on the funniest new sitcom this season.
Oprah, how are you? Busy. You know how that is. Please, I'm working on at least 10 projects here myself.
Then idolizes Oprah Winfrey.
They're Oprah cakes. Healthy eating is all about commitment.
But Beth's biggest dream
I'm going to be on her book club next month. Check your local listing.
is about to become her most embarrassing moment.
I'm going to go now. Maybe you should.
Oprah guest stars
You're not getting a hug today.
on a brand new Beth. CBS Wednesday at 8/7 Central.
One of the great close races in American presidential history. Dan Rather at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Bush 246, Gore 242, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. The race hangs in the balance. Here are the decisive four. They're all in white on your map. The red, Bush has won. The blue, Gore has won. The ones in white, the polls have closed, but no decision. Florida, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. Now, let me give you an idea of how close this race is. First, let's go to Florida. These are votes actually in and counted, with 86% of the precincts reporting. And remember, there's a large absentee ballot to be counted there in Florida. Bush leads 50 to 48%, with 86% of the precincts reporting. 25 electoral votes there. Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes. And Gore leads Bush 47%. Nader getting 4% of the vote in Wisconsin. Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes, along with Florida's 25 out there. Bush leads in Florida now. Gore leads in Wisconsin. Moving to Iowa, 7 electoral votes. Gore leads 49 to 48%, with 76% of the precincts reporting. 7 electoral votes there in Iowa. And Oregon, where the polls have been closed for about an hour and 15 minutes now, 7 electoral votes. Bush 48%, Gore 46%, Ralph Nader 4%. Ed Bradley, let's go back to Florida. Those 25 electoral votes, we've been saying it since the first election coverage began so many hours ago, may decide it. Any figures that might be of interest to us besides the fact that Bush is leading by about 2 percentage points?
Well, the numbers that you just saw there, you've got about 103,000 votes separating Bush and Gore in Florida. And the CBS polling experts have taken a look at those numbers and where they're from and what's still to come in. And I think that there's about 86% of the vote that's still to come in. They expect that number to shrink, that margin to shrink. So Gore is going to creep up on Bush. They're not sure by how much. But here's a wild card here. You've got 30,000 absentee ballots from overseas. They're not going to be counted tonight. So we may be here all night, or we may have to come back tomorrow. This may not be decided in Florida tonight. It happened in 1988 when Connie Mack did not know that he won until the next day, the day after the election. And with those 30,000 ballots out there from overseas that aren't going to be counted tonight, as this margin shrinks, that could be the deciding factor.
And the Bush people would say, whether it's true or not, that those 30,000 absentee ballots from overseas would be mostly from U.S. military personnel and are likely to go to George Bush. Doesn't look good for Gore in Florida at this moment, but no person can say how it's actually going to go. The electoral vote count, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. The popular vote count overall in the nation at this hour, 49-48. Bush leads in the popular vote. That could change with the now decisive 4, Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon still out there. On the map, the decisive 4 are Florida with 25 electoral votes, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7. Electoral vote count 246 Bush, 242 Gore. Our CBS News election coverage will continue in a moment. Stay here with us. One of these states could drop at any moment.
My computer needs to quit doing this. What? Oh, okay.
Votes to Ralph Nader, that he would draw votes away from Al Gore. Now, it's not fair to say that the people who voted for Ralph Nader were only planning to vote for Al Gore. Surely some of them were going to vote for George Bush. But I think it is fair to say that if George Bush wins this election, he's going to kind of owe Al Gore. Maybe he'll offer him a cabinet post or something. I mean, I can't think of anybody else that Bush owes more to than Ralph Nader, the way this thing looks right now.
I have to say, though, and I don't want to be flip about it, that I think you're more likely to see a hippopotamus come running through this room than you are to see Governor Bush point Ralph Nader to the cabinet.
I didn't say that because I thought he was going to do it. I'm just saying that I can't think of anyone he would owe more than Ralph Nader at this point.
Leslie Stahl, these House races, looks like the Republicans are going to retain control of the House with a very, very thin margin. We can't say that certainly, but these House races can play a factor in the presidential race.
Well, what happened is when we started the race, the Democrats seemed to have all the issues in their favor, particularly prescription drugs for seniors, Patients' Bill of Rights, education. The Democratic leadership went out and told all their Republican candidates, the Republican leadership, muddy that issue. Tell everybody you're for prescription drugs for seniors. Tell them you're for a Patients' Bill of Rights. And the issues got very confusing out there. And I think that may have happened at the presidential level as well. It was kind of brilliant on the Republicans' part.
Well, they also did one other thing, didn't they, Bob Schieffer? And that is that the more what the Democrats considered strident voices in the House, Tom DeLay, Dick Armey, who are part of the Republican leadership, they apparently went to the basement because you heard very little about them.
Well, George Bush kept them very much at arm's length. He made 2 visits to the U.S. Capitol during the campaign. Both times he made sure he was never photographed with Tom DeLay or any of the Republican leaders. He wanted them to run their own business, and he wanted to make sure everyone knew he was not part of that.
And if George Bush wins, which he very well could do, that may be one of the reasons. The electoral vote count, 270 needed to win. Bush has 246. Gore has 242. States remaining out: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Gore virtually has to run the table now to win, but the decision is not yet in. Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, the polls have closed. The verdict is not in. The next presidency is hanging in the balance. This is election night on CBS. CBS News election night headline at this hour. Election day is over. The election of the next president is not, and we may not know for sure even after you finish the next pot of coffee. It's 12:30 a.m. here in the East. This is the up-to-the-minute electoral vote count. 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. This is the national popular vote at this hour. 49% Bush, 48% Gore. Bush has just over 37 million votes. Gore has almost 37 million votes. The polls are closed nationwide, including Alaska now. The final 4 decisive states, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oregon, and Florida, hold the electoral votes and the keys to the White House. And let's punch up now each of these states and show you how close the races are. First in Florida, 25 electoral votes. Bush leads 50% to 48%, with 86% of the precincts reporting. These are votes in and counted. Remind you again, absentee vote counts may go way into tomorrow in Florida, and an estimated 30,000 absentee ballots from overseas will come into that state. The Bush people think that will lean toward them military people, but we'll have to see. Then moving on to Wisconsin, 11 electoral votes. Nader a factor there. Gore leads 48 to 47%. Nader with 4%. Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes are undecided. In Iowa, 7 electoral votes. Al Gore 49% to 48%. This is at 84% of the precincts reporting. This one could go either way. Tick tight here, has been all night long. And then out on the Pacific Coast, Oregon.
another Nader state where Ralph Nader plays a role. 7 electoral votes. Bush leads in Oregon 48% to 47%, with Nader running at 4%, and this is with 69% of the precincts reporting. Ed Bradley, as we look at this presidential race, it's still mathematically possible for Al Gore to win, but advantage Bush.
The advantage is Bush. I mean, if you look at the numbers, if Bush wins Florida, he's home. All right. Gore has to win Florida and something else, either Iowa, Wisconsin, or Oregon. At the moment, looking at the actual vote count in the 4 states out there, Gore is ahead in Wisconsin, he's ahead in Iowa, Bush is ahead in Oregon, and he's ahead in Florida.
Well, let me put it this way, Ed, to you and to the audience, and thinking about this. If Florida cannot be called with certainty tonight, and so far it's been the most confusing state in a very confusing night. If Florida can't be called tonight, Bush would have to win the other 3 that are still out there, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon, to win. He has to win all of the other 3 if Florida can't be called tonight. Gore cannot, I repeat, cannot win if he doesn't carry Florida and at least one of the other states out there. Gore has to carry Florida and either Iowa or Wisconsin or Oregon in order to win. Bush can win without Florida if he carries Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. So that's one way to put it. Now, Leslie Stahl, in the last few minutes, CBS, counting all over the country, estimates that the Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives.
And the reason for that is, number one, George Bush, because he brought enough force to help those Republicans just by being at the head of the ballot. Number 2, while the Democrats narrowed the fundraising gap between them and the Republicans still outspent the Democrats. Number 3, big reason, Newt Gingrich is gone. Dennis Hastert, as you can see, has no image of an extremist. The Democrats had a difficult time running against those big, bad Republicans in the House. And finally, the fact that they couldn't reach a budget agreement and that they didn't end the Congress deprived the Democrats of running against a do-nothing Congress because they weren't finished. So the Democrats couldn't bring out their guns as effectively as they had before against the Republicans.
Now, Bob Schieffer, double-check me. The last time we had a president, a Senate, and a House, all of the same party. I'm not saying that's going to happen. We're not prepared to say that's going to happen yet because Bush hasn't won the presidency. We think that the Republicans have retained control of the House. The last time that happened, do we have to go back to Eisenhower for that?
Well, didn't we at one point during the Reagan administration, it seems to me?
Well, Leslie, I'm not sure.
What about the first Clinton term? First Clinton term, he had the Democrats, first 2 years of the Clinton presidency, I believe he had both the House and the Senate.
Well, we're going to double, triple check that as we try to do everything. But Bob, for the moment, let's put this in perspective. Bush is right on the cusp. He's a half yard away, we would say, of crossing the goal line to win the presidency. He's a half yard out, but that could be a mighty tough half yard to get. With Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon still out there, and there's a strong case to be made that we may not actually know the outcome of this presidential race for some more hours and possibly even days. But Bush is poised to win the presidency. The Republicans have retained control of the House. Where do we stand on control of the Senate?
Well, we still have the possibility, a very good possibility, that we could have a 50-50 tie there. Democrats have to win 3 of 4 very close races out there, and they also have to hold the seat in Nebraska. But here's how close it is. In Missouri, we have a race that, even at this hour, we say is too close to call. In Michigan, the race out there too close to call. In Washington State, we have Maria Cantwell, the Democrat, leading, but we have not yet called that race. In Montana, we have the Republican, Conrad Burns. He is leading. That's his seat, but still too close to call. And in Nebraska, too close to call. So we don't know yet what's going to happen with the Senate.
One of the things Anchorman try to do is they never try to embarrass those around him in no self-serving way. I'm going to say to you, Bob and Leslie, give the Anchorman a box of Dr. IQ candy bars, because if the Republicans retain their hold on the House, Senate, and gain control of the White House, it would be the first all-Republican government since the election of 1952, which isn't to say that the Democrats haven't had it, at least for a short time, in the Clinton administration.
In 92.
In 1992.
Yeah.
Now, electoral vote, 270 needed to win. Bush has 246. Gore has 242. The electoral college map looks like this. All the states in red have been carried by George Bush. The ones in blue have been carried by Gore. The blinking lights mean a state where the Republicans did not carry it in 1996 and have carried it this time. The decisive four: Florida with 25 electoral votes, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7. 246 to 242 with 270 needed to win. Stay here with us. Dan Rather. We're back at CBS News election headquarters in New York with coverage of one of the great presidential races in American history. The Electoral College vote count, 270 needed to win. Our count is Bush 246, Gore 242. The overall national votes actually in and counted, Bush has a slight lead in that as well. This is the way, this is the popular vote, 49-48, Bush over Gore at this point. Now, let's go to the map, because this is where it's going to get decided. Florida with 25, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon also with 7. John Roberts is at Gore headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. John, we've all seen it. Football, basketball players, boxers, when their shoulders begin to slope a little bit, means they think they're going to lose. Is that the case in the Gore camp right now?
Well, they're still pretty optimistic, Dan, and one of the reasons why they're optimistic is because the Florida votes that are missing are votes that are coming from the Gold Coast, and that is the Miami-Dade and Broward area. Now, there's very heavy Jewish voters in that area. There's a lot of African-American voters. There's also a big Cuban vote there, though. Population center of about 3.5 million people. Are there 103,000 votes in there for Al Gore? Too early to tell, but certainly people here have their fingers crossed as you can hear them cheering behind me. If they can win Florida, it's going to take a lot of pressure off the race, Dan.
Indeed, it will, John Robertson. Those of you what you could hear over the shouting behind John there, but John was saying that the Gore people are holding out some hope for Florida because they say, remember there's some precincts where the vote isn't counted. If we get up the actual vote count in Florida, that 86% of the precincts are in and counted in Florida. But it is said by the Gore people, with this race now in Florida, 50% for Bush, 48% for Gore, some 88% of the precincts reporting, 25 electoral votes at stake here. The Gore people are holding out some hope. And I'll come back to this in a moment. Let me just finish it for right now. Washington Senate goes to Cantrell. We'll talk about that in just a second. But in Florida, what John Roberts was saying, the Gore people believe that the precincts outstanding in Florida now are mostly on the so-called Gold Coast, where the Democrats think they will run the strongest. Now you can say, well, that'll be offset by Bush's absentee ballots in Florida. Who can say? What we can say is Florida's 25 electoral votes remain undecided, and it may be they'll remain undecided for a very, very long time. Now, Bill Whitaker is in Austin, Texas, where they've been standing by to celebrate and to uncork the champagne and to go to some of those long necks a long time ago. Bill, still a big crowd there, still anxiously awaiting an outcome tonight?
Well, Dan, it is cold and rainy here in Austin, but all eyes are focused on the Sunshine State. Florida has always figured prominently in Bush's victory strategy. He visited the state about a dozen times, pushing his Social Security plan and his Medicare reform plan to the seniors, his tax cuts to the middle-class folks in the central part of the state. And it's more than political, it's personal. His brother Jeb is the governor there, and Jeb has promised to deliver Florida to the Texas governor. As a matter of fact, on the stump a couple of times, George W. has said that if Jeb doesn't deliver Florida, that Thanksgiving dinner in Kennebunkport is going to be mighty chilly. So they're waiting right now to find out if they're going to have a warm Thanksgiving dinner with the Bush family in Kennebunkport. Dan?
Bill Whitaker in Austin. I want to remind you that without Florida, George Bush can still win if he runs the table of Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Without Florida, George Bush could win by taking all three of those states. Al Gore to win must carry Florida plus one of these remaining three states, Iowa, Wisconsin, or Oregon. I believe that that's correct. Now, in the Washington Senate race, and this is not to take this lightly, the Democrats have picked up a Senate seat in Washington. Maria Cantwell, 42 years old, a former 1st District Congresswoman in Washington, has beaten the two-term 72-year-old Senator Slade Gordon. Now, Bob Schieffer, what does this do to our calculations of whether the Republicans will or will not control the Senate?
Well, it means that the Democrats have now picked up a net 2 seats. They've won 4 tonight. They've lost 2, so they're +2. If they should then win the seat in Michigan, which we still think is too close to call, and the seat in Missouri, which we think is too close to call, or the one in Montana, well, all they have to do now is win 2 more to have a 50-50 tie in the Senate. They have a very good chance to do that in Michigan and in Missouri. We think the Republican, Conrad Burns, is still leading out in Montana. That would be a hold for the Republicans. The seat out in Nebraska is still too close to call. A 50-50 tie in the Senate is now a very live possibility to have.
And keeping in mind that when there's a 50-50 tie, the vice president casts the tie-breaking vote. So if George Bush wins the presidency, then Dick Cheney, who served in the House but never served in the Senate, would be the tie-breaking vote in a 50-50 Senate situation. Keep in mind, George Bush is on the edge of winning the presidency. He hasn't won it yet. Our CBS News estimate the Republicans will retain control of the House. And as Bob Schieffer says, about the best the Democrats can hope is get a 50-50 tie in the Senate. The electoral vote count in the presidential race, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. Well, one of the decisive 4 states could fall at any time now. We don't know when. So stay here with us.
But one will go terribly wrong.
It's kind of a mess for a first case, isn't it?
Like a disaster. All new City of Angels, CBS Thursday.
Presidential race couldn't be any tighter. Let's look them over. 270 electoral votes needed to win. Bush 246, Gore 242. On the overall national vote, this is the way it looks. 48%, with 4 states still out: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Ed Bradley, let's look at the actual vote counts in these states that are still out there.
You know, this is really tight, and I've never seen a race this tight. Looking at 3 states in Iowa, with 91% of the vote in, there is a separation of just 10,000 votes, and Gore is ahead there. In Wisconsin, Gore is ahead with 71% of the vote in. He's up by just 5,000 votes. In Oregon, 53% of the vote in, only 53% of the vote counted, and George Bush is up by, 19,000 there. And in Florida, that margin is still coming down with 89% of the vote in. I'd say that it's down now to less than 75,000 votes in favor of George Bush at this point, and that's again with 89% of the vote in. So it is really tight.
Again, want to point out that in Florida, it's always been a big absentee ballot state. The absentee ballot counting in Florida generally goes slowly. Some 30,000 estimated absentee ballots will be coming from overseas, maybe a long while before they can get counted. The Bush people think a majority of them would go their way because, say, the Bush people, most of those have to be military people. Whether any of that is true or not, there's no way to say. What we can say, I want to show you the race again, that in Florida, which may decide the whole thing in the end, it's 50 to 48% Bush over Gore, with 89% of the precincts reporting. But the Gore people insist, we have no way of individually, separately verifying. The Gore people insist that most of the votes not actually counted so far in Florida are from the so-called Gold Coast in southeast Florida, where the Gore people think they'll do very well. So they're still, they say they're confident. The fact of the matter is they're hoping against hope that they can come from behind in Florida and still take it. I repeat for emphasis, we may not know in Florida for many more hours and possibly even days how that state's going to go, but
George Bush, even if he doesn't carry Florida, even if we don't know tonight whether he carries it or not, if he wins Iowa and Wisconsin and Oregon, the three other states out, then Bush would win. Whereas Gore has got to have Florida and at least one other of the three states still out to win. Leslie Stahl, a race has been hanging out there. Vermont governor. Anything late on that?
Yes, we finally have a call in Vermont. The Democrat incumbent Howard Dean, going for a fifth two-year term, won despite his support for the Civil Unions Act that gives the same legal benefits and rights to gay couples as married couples. The election was said to be a referendum on that controversial law, but Nebraska and Nevada passed bans on gay marriage by 2-1 in both states. Dan.
And Leslie, underscoring in our CBS News estimate, the Republicans have retained control of the House. Bob, in the Senate, quick pump to bring us up to date on how that stands.
Well, the Democrats have now picked up a net 2 seats. So they would now have, they started the evening, Republicans had a 54-46 majority. That's down to 52-48. We still have races out there. We may have a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
May have a 50-50 tie in the Senate. Now, and that would mean the vice president, whoever that may be, would vote in case of tie votes in the Senate. He wouldn't vote on every vote. He'd vote in case of tie votes.
No, just on tie votes. He would not be allowed to come out on the Senate floor and make speeches. But in case of a tie, he would cast the deciding vote.
If we can, let's get up very quickly the Senate map. We started tonight with 34 Senate races up for grabs. The Democrats have to win 20 in order to, they have to win 20 tonight to gain control of the Senate. The Republicans have to win 15 to retain control of the Senate. It's not yet certain that they can do so. In the all-important presidential race, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. 4 states are still out there. Election night on CBS. Shady to Bush, but no decision yet. That's a CBS News election night headline of this hour. Bush on the verge, but not yet there. Better pull the cot up to the television set and don't get too comfy. Don't count sheep. We may still be counting electoral votes for hours before we can make the call for president. On the other hand, it could suddenly turn and have a decision. Things in television frequently happen suddenly, same in politics. It's 1 a.m. in the East, and this is the all-important electoral vote count. It takes 270 to win, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 4 states still out there. This is the up-to-the-minute popular vote count. Bush clinging to a 1 percentage point lead. It looks like the Republicans may have 2 of their tripod legs in place, keeping control of the House and possibly the Senate as well. The third and final leg, the presidency, is still certainly not like tight, although you heard the Democratic Senator Torricelli from New Jersey say a few moments ago that even he thought it was advantage Bush, but he said it depends on where those outstanding votes are in Florida. Republicans have not had control of all 3, presidency, Senate, and House, at once in almost half a century. Eisenhower in 1952 had all 3. He's the last Republican to have that. Now, the Democrats had the presidency, the Senate, and the House in the Carter administration in the 1970s and as late as in 1972 in the Clinton first term. But the Republicans haven't controlled all 3 since 1952. That gives you some idea of what the importance of this whole thing is. I want to show you the vote counts now. Let's go down the line. First in Florida. This is the way it looks in Florida tonight with 25 electoral votes hanging in the balance. Bush has a 50 to 48% lead. A lot of absentee votes still out there. This is with 90% of the precincts actually in and reporting. However, if the precinct's still out, if they are in traditionally Democratic territory down on the southeast coast, this could bounce back the other way, but it will take a lot for Gore to get there. In the state of Iowa, let's take a quick look in Iowa. That state's had the polls closed for a very long time, and the actual votes in and counted, this was 93% of the precincts reporting Gore leads in Iowa. We'll go to Wisconsin and Oregon in a few moments, but first, John Roberts in Nashville. What are you hearing about Florida there, John?
Well, Dan, apparently there was some ballot boxes that were left behind at a polling station. They were in Broward County, and the sheriff's department apparently has accounted for them. They were left behind by some inexperienced volunteers. They're now going to count those, and they could add to the vote tally one way or the other. Whether or not they would go to Al Gore, it's unsure. We don't know if that was a Democratic stronghold, but certainly there's a large Jewish vote in the Broward County area. They are Democratic supporters, and it could shift it somewhat, Dan.
Thanks a lot, John Roberts. John making the point, because the Gore people are making the point to them, that they cling to the idea, and it's not too far-fetched. They cling to the idea that in the 10% of the precincts still out and not counted in Florida, including that rather unusual case of some ballot boxes, quote, being left behind by some inexperienced volunteers, unquote, that the Gore people cling to the idea that that might bring Gore from behind in Florida now and yet win the state for him. The Bush people come right back and say, listen, we think we're going to win Florida, partly because in the absentee vote count, we're going to do very well, and particularly with the absentee votes, some 30,000 yet to be counted from overseas, apparently. Now, let me go back to the board. In Wisconsin, this is the way the race looks at this moment for Wisconsin's 11 electoral votes, 48% to 48%, about a 5,000 vote plus lead for Al Gore. This is code blue for all candidates involved here, Bush and Gore certainly. Each of them needs this very badly, because remember that Bush can go home tonight, he can go to sleep tonight being president of the United States, even if he doesn't carry Florida, if he carries Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. Gore, on the other hand, needs to carry Florida and one of the other outstanding states. Just so tight in Wisconsin. In Oregon, and Ralph Nader a factor in Wisconsin. In Oregon, 7 electoral votes there. Bush leads 49 to 46%. This was 54% of the precincts reporting. Bush has actually widened his lead by a little bit there in recent hours, but still just over half the votes counted. Nader hanging in with 4% of the vote in Oregon. Bob Schieffer, with Gore and Bush, Bush is oh so close to having it. But Gore is clinging to this hope that in Florida there'll be a rush of votes right at the end that'll win it for him.
Well, you can't blame him. I mean, the way everything else has gone tonight, who knows what's going to happen next? I mean, if you had to make a bet at this time, you would say with Bush slightly ahead in Florida, with a big absentee vote expected, and with a lot of that expected to be military, as you pointed out earlier in the evening, you have to say at this point, if you had to be backed into a corner and make a bet, you'd say that Bush was probably going to win Florida. But boy, I wouldn't bet any money on it at this time. This thing, I mean, who knows how this is coming out, Dan?
Bob Schieffer, electoral vote count, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. The race is still, it's Bush's to lose at this point, but he can lose it. Anthony Mason on the poll watch desk. Voters cited the economy as their big issue. That being the case, why isn't Al Gore doing better?
Well, that's the question, Dan, and it's going to be the enduring enigma of this election. The economy, the number one issue. So in the midst of what is the greatest economic expansion in our history, how does a sitting vice president running for the White House not win a landslide? Well, here are several possible reasons. When we asked voters, should the government do more to solve problems, as Al Gore's been advocating, a majority told us no, 52%. That hurts Gore, of course. When we asked voters if the country was headed in the right moral direction, a strong majority, 57%, said no. That moral climate helped motivate Republican voters today to turn out strongly for Bush. Higher than in 96, as you can see, and higher than in 92. Conservative voters also came back to the Republican Party today. 81% voted Republican today. That's up significantly from 4 years ago. All of those factors, Dan, have helped to offset the extraordinary economy Gore had to run on. And in this case, the old Clinton campaign slogan doesn't work. It's not the economy stupid tonight, Dan.
Anthony Mason, with Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon still undecided, it's 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. No, the needle has not moved for quite a little while now, but any one of these states, particularly among Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, could go in one column or another pretty quickly. And who's to say that Florida couldn't as well, although the general expectation is Florida may not finally officially be decided for quite some time yet. Gloria Borger, I want to ask you, I know you're following the money. but I've never seen a town where winning is everything more than in Washington, D.C. when it comes to politics. So if George Bush wins, as it now looks as he very well can do, he's going to find in Washington that people hang on him like a coat rack, and Al Gore is going to be maybe gone to Hawaii.
Well, he's also got a lot of political IOUs himself to pay back. You know, his campaign has been supported a great deal by the oil and gas industry, the manufacturing industry, and the drug companies. So, you know, they're going to be looking at his legislative agenda. You talk about hanging on him. I think they're going to be meeting with him as soon as he takes the oath of office, if indeed he does win, Dan.
246, 242, 270 needed to win. Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, polls closed, have been closed for a long time. No decision yet. Bob Schieffer, in the Senate seat still not called as of 1:08 a.m. New York time. Let's look them over, run down those uncalled, and where that leaves us in the race to control the Senate.
Well, not only is the race out in Michigan where Debbie Stabenow, who's a congressman running against Spence Abraham, the Republican senator, not only has that not been called, we think it is so close, Dan, that they won't even show one or the other leading. We just list it as too close to call. Very much the same condition down in Missouri, where you have Senator John Ashcroft, the Republican, running against a dead man, Mel Carnahan, who was killed in an airplane crash. Still that one, too close to call. It's so close they will not say at this point, the people who analyze these things, whether either one of them is leading. So at this point, we have the Republicans have lost a net 2 seats. The Democrats have picked up a net 2. That brings the margin down to 52-48. If the Democrats win these 2 seats, it's going to be a 50-50 tie in the U.S. Senate.
And we repeat again for emphasis, should George Bush win, that means Dick Cheney, the vice president, would settle any ties in the Senate.
May I say one other thing too, Dan, and that is we're seeing the demographics in the Senate changing. We've already had 2 women elected, Hillary Rodham Clinton, Maria Cantwell out in Washington State. There are 9 women senators now. That brings it up to 11. If these 2 races go the Democratic way, we will have 13 women in the Senate. That's the most we've ever had.
Swinging our attention back to the presidential race in the states where Nader has been a major factor, no other way to put it. In the states undecided as of this hour, Wisconsin, Nader's been running 4 or 5% of the Wisconsin vote. That's one reason it's close and undecided with 11 electoral votes. And in Oregon with 7 electoral votes, Nader running there in the 4 to 5% range, and also a reason why Oregon's 7 electoral votes have not yet been decided, although Bush is leading in Oregon with something more than 50% of the votes in and counted there. Ed, anything stand out in any of the 4 states that haven't been called?
Well, in addition to what you point out about Nader, you've got the appeal of 2 popular governors in a couple of those states. If you look in Wisconsin, Governor Bush is being helped by the state's popular Republican governor, Tommy Thompson. He has a 64% approval rating, and Bush is getting 2/3 of the voters who approve of Tommy Thompson. And in Florida, he's getting help from his brother. George W. Bush is being helped by Jeb. He has a favorable rating of 54%, and 77% of those are going for George Bush. I can imagine the conversation if Governor Bush has made it to Austin to sit there with his family. I can see his brother turning to him saying, "Yo, bro, what's up with Florida?"
You bet. But I want to explain, for some of you may have been out and coming back. Early in the evening, Florida was colored blue and it put in the Al Gore column. It turned out, we found out later, that there were some suspicious precinct returns from some sections of Florida. We threw those out, and that made the state undecided, in our view. We were among the first to do it, but there's no apology for it. So Florida is undecided, and in the actual vote count as it's coming in, Bush has taken a very slight lead. And with the absentee ballots, the Bush people are feeling pretty good about it, but they can't feel all that good about it because the Gore people keep saying if the votes that are still out are mostly down there in Southeast Florida and in our areas, we could yet pull it out. That's the reason this whole presidential election swings like that, one of those pendulum things is swinging back and forth, but it's been advantage Bush for some little while. Now, some of you may be saying, well, I think I'll take it to bed. It looks like it's Bush.
okay, you're on your own if you do that, because it may be a long while before we know. On the other hand, we could know at any time. That's how it goes in these kinds of elections. Safe to say, no doubt about it now, this has been one of the great close elections in American presidential history, however it turns out now. And let's say one other thing. We've criticized the polls a lot. About $500 million have been spent this election year on polling. And while the polls were wrong for a lot of the election year, particularly in the primaries, most of them were pretty much on the button when they said this thing was too close to call, within the margin of error, and that's exactly the way it's turning out. We'll be right back. Stay here with us.
Around the world, mothers may look and live differently. But what they want for their children is very much the same. They want to protect and nourish them, provide better for them. So biotechnology researchers are developing a more nutritious strain of rice. It's called golden rice. It will contain beta-carotene, a source of vitamin A. Golden rice could help prevent blindness and infection in millions of children, and could help nourish people in need around the globe. From medicine to agriculture, biotechnology is providing solutions that are improving lives today, and could improve our world tomorrow. To learn more about biotechnology and agriculture, visit our website or call our 800 number.
In tennis, the advantage of the two-handed backhand is obviously power, because you're using both hands. But it also is deceiving because in a split second, you can change the direction of the ball that you hit. Your opponent never knows if you're going to rifle it down the line or rip it cross court, and I like that.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
To be a mentor, you don't have to have all the answers.
Interesting. You hungry?
Yeah. You just have to be yourself, which, by the way, is pretty good. Too good. Mentor a child. Call 1-877-BE-A-MENTOR.
Can Jim's beloved station wagon
Pretty cherry, huh?
survive the Big Apple?
The car is.
The hellish eyesore.
I was gonna say hard to parallel park.
All new Welcome to New York, Wednesday.
What if you witnessed a murder and no one believed you? Sure wasn't a dream. Except the killer. A deadly diagnosis. Clear. CBS Thursday.
CBS News election headquarters in New York, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 electoral votes needed to win. The national vote total, which we keep putting up for you because it changes from time to time, but Bush has been clinging to a lead most, if not all, of the evening in the overall popular vote, 49% to 48%. On the electoral map, this is the way things look at the moment, as about 1:17 New York Eastern Time. All the states in red have been carried by George Bush. The blinking ones: Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Iowa, Tennessee, Ohio, and West Virginia, as well as Nevada and Arizona. All the blinking lights indicate states the Democrats carried in 1996 for the presidential race, and this time George Bush and his campaign have carried them. All the states in blue have been carried by Al Gore. The reason he's still at this late hour in the race is he's carried the big electoral vote states, including New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and California, and more recently carried the 11 electoral votes up in Washington. The states in white are now the decisive four: Florida with 25, Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon with 7. Bush leads in Oregon, with Nader getting about 4 to 5% of the vote.
Gore leads in Wisconsin, but by not very much, by a very small margin, with Nader again getting about 4 to 5% of the vote there. And in Iowa, as a matter of fact, let's punch up Iowa here and see in the presidential race what they tell us in Iowa. 7 electoral votes, 49% Gore, 48% Bush, with 94% of the precincts reporting. But in a race this close, with 6% of the precincts still out, you'd have to say this thing is as tight as the rusted lug nuts on a 55 Ford. Doesn't get much closer than this. Now, let's go back to other races. Taking a look at this Oregon race, the presidential race in Oregon. We've said that Nader is running 4 to 5% out there, 4% presently. Bush leading 49 to 46%, with 57% of the precincts reporting. Still a long way to go. Bush has increased his lead just a tad over the last 45 minutes to 1 hour. Now, we want to repeat for emphasis because it gets to be fairly important when you look at this overall electoral map. In Florida, with 25 electoral votes, Bush can still win. He can go to bed tonight if he hasn't already. And if I know Governor Bush, and I think I know him at least this well, to say he hasn't gone to bed, you can bet the rent money on that. But he can go to bed tonight knowing that he's elected president without knowing how Florida comes out, provided Bush wins Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. In other words, without Florida, Bush has to carry all 3 of the other outstanding states, and he will be the next president. Al Gore, on the other hand, he has to have Florida plus 1 of the other outstanding states in order to win. Now, the electoral count stands at 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. The overall national popular vote, Bush 49 to 48%, with 4 states still out. CBS News, election coverage in New York. Things can happen quickly, folks, can happen at any time. So stay right here with us.
Mr. Hill? Yeah, may I speak with you? I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but your credit card, Mr. Hill, who resides at 2965 Pine Street, husband to Carol, father to Jim and Diane. Your credit card, Mr. Hill, has been declined.
Unlike most credit card companies, Discover Card can send you an email reminder before you reach your credit limit. A friendly reminder. There's always something more to discover.
Where do you find inspiration? Sometimes where you least expect it. With technology that takes you beyond old boundaries to something more inspiring. Like the compact ProLiant server. With a 1.75-inch profile that fits everywhere, you can have your next big idea anywhere. Welcome to the new IT, inspiration technology from Compaq.
While Mike was putting up his own for sale sign, someone was helping his neighbors John and Diane with plans to sell their home. As Mike spent Saturday figuring out legal agreements and guessing his home's value, someone was preparing a counteroffer so John could help with the school fundraiser. And while Mike and his wife were reevaluating their asking price for the 3rd time, someone was closing the sale on John and Diane's home. You've got a life. We let you live it. We're realtors. Real estate is our life.
So I can order HBO, right? Yes, sir. Actually, 7 of them. So it's got a pretty clear picture then? 100% digital quality. Football? Up to 13 NFL games every Sunday if you want them. I love you. I know, sir.
Now get free professional installation when you buy a DirecTV system and sign up for Total Choice programming.
Hi.
It was the trial of the century.
Orenthal, James, Simpson. He did it.
They were the dream team. Big Rays. I don't want to be talked to like a schoolboy. Ron Silver.
You think the cops faked all the blood evidence?
Bruno Kirby.
Someone manufactured evidence in this case.
And Christopher Plummer.
They're not going to have our
want to try those gloves on? You don't want to know if they fit.
In the miniseries, OJ doesn't want you to see.
Well, the cuffs on his hand. It's a good thing I didn't have blonde hair.
American Tragedy, CBS Sunday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters, call a doctor, call the police, call a psychic. In Florida, it's tightened up. Only 37,000 votes now separate George Bush and Al Gore, 49% to 49%. The Electoral College vote is 246 Bush, 242 Gore. The presidency still hangs in the balance. It's election night on CBS. Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York, excitement reigns. It has all night long. And this is what we mean when we say presidential races, particularly in off years where there's not an incumbent president running, sometimes turn up very interesting results. And interesting is understating it for tonight. It's 246 to 242. Bush up in the Electoral College with 270 needed to win. The overall national vote goes this way. Bush with a 1 percentage point lead over Al Gore. 4 states still out there: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, undecided. Now, that's the way things stand at this hour. I want to remind again that Bush can win even if he doesn't carry Florida, if he carries all 3 of the other outstanding states: Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon with 7. Gore, on the other hand, must win Florida and 1 of the remaining 3 in order to get over the top with 270 electoral votes. Ed Bradley, what do we hear out of Wisconsin, Iowa, Oregon? They flip-flopped around all night as well.
They're all very tight. The one that is really getting tighter and tighter is Florida. I think there's a difference, just 37,000 votes there now.
Ed, let's go quickly to John Roberts, who's in Nashville. And John, I understand you have some information on the many mysteries of Florida that we've gone through tonight.
Yeah, Dan, apparently there were 9 ballot boxes from one precinct in Broward County that were late coming into the election returns office. Apparently this was a very, very crowded precinct. There were a lot of people lined up at 7 o'clock at night, and anybody who was in line was allowed to vote. Hence, the voting went pretty late into the night, and the ballot boxes were late coming into the elections returns office. Yeah, but they're counting them now, and that's probably why you see the numbers changing. Broward County is a Democratic stronghold. Again, that big Jewish vote in that area. Supporters of Joe Lieberman and Al Gore, and how that will skew the vote, we're not sure, but it seems to definitely be tightening. Dan?
Well, tightening hardly says it, John Robertson. Thanks for that information. I'm going to put the actual votes in and counted in Florida. 94% of the precincts now reporting, 49% to 49%. George Bush has, helped me here, Ed Bradley, double check me here, about 36 to 37,000 vote lead on Al Gore at this moment for Florida's 25 electoral votes, down in about the 30,000 range, let's call it.
Yeah, 29,000 there.
That's right. Okay, 29 to 30,000. Thank you very much, Ed. About 29 to 30,000 vote difference in the fight for Florida's 25 electoral votes. I want to remind you one more time, because it's so important, absentee ballots are being counted, but the absentee ballot count sometimes goes slowly, and there are, we are told, approximately 30,000 absentee ballots coming into Florida from overseas, which we're not certain, but according to the Bush camp, have not yet been counted. They have high hopes for those absentee ballots because I think a lot of military people are involved there. Ed Bradley.
We also tend to think of the Hispanic vote in Florida as a monolithic Cuban-American vote, when in fact it's not. It's a sizable vote. About 11% of the people who voted today are Hispanic, but half of those are non-Cuban Americans who voted, and many of them are voting for Al Gore.
246 to 242, with 270 needed to win. 4 states still out. Let's take a quick check on some of the close governor's races. Leslie Stahl, late calls?
Late calls. We have one in West Virginia. This is the first party turnover tonight so far, from Republican to Democrat. Let's look at the board in West Virginia. Although George Bush carried the state, Bob Wise, a Democratic congressman, has defeated the incumbent Republican Cecil Underwood, 78 years old. A strong union vote carried Wise to victory. We have 2 outstanding gubernatorial races tonight. The first is in Missouri. You can't get a race closer than this one. This is supposed to be the closest in the country. Both men, Jim Towns, the Republican, Bob Holden, the Democrat, both have raised close to $10 million. This is way too close to call. And lastly, in Montana, the state auditor, the Democrat Mark O'Keefe, and the Lieutenant Governor Judy Martz, neck and neck. Third party has got about 3% there. Both of these races we're going to be watching, but they're much too close to call at this point, Dan.
Leslie Stahl, tight Senate races, Bob Schieffer, very quickly.
Well, of all the strange events of this strange night, Dan, none could be stranger than that Senate race down in Missouri, where the incumbent Republican John Ashcroft is running against someone who was killed in a plane crash. And it is still so close that we can't even say who's leading in the race at this point.
Dead even, and is now the closest race in America.
Yes.
With the presidential race being the main story of the hour, and it will remain so until there's some decision. 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. The overall national popular vote, a 1 percentage point lead, roughly, for George Bush. In Florida, which could be decisive with 25 electoral votes, there are only about 30,000 votes separating Bush and Gore at this hour. This presidential race may go on for a long time. On the other hand, there could be a development at any moment. So stick in here with us. Enjoy. Dan Rather, CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
CSI, Fridays on CBS. It's all here.
CBS News Election Night headlines at this hour. Bush can see the promised land, but he's not there yet. The Gore camp's prayer, put Florida back in the Gore win column. The rest of us could be out here waiting in the desert for a good while more. At 1:30 a.m. in the East, this is where the all-important Electoral College vote count stands. 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore. It takes 270 to win. Here you see the national popular vote overall right now. 49-48, Bush leads Gore. It's way past the witching hour in more than half of America, but we still don't know which candidate will be president of all America. The Electoral College map looks like this. Florida with 25, undecided. Iowa with 7, ditto. Same story in Wisconsin with 11 Electoral College votes. And out in Oregon, where Bush has a lead and Nader is a factor, still undecided for Oregon's 7 Electoral College votes. Now, as far as control of the House of Representatives is concerned, we've been reporting for some while. We're convinced that the Republicans will retain control of the House of Representatives. In the Senate, Bob Schieffer, you still think things are pointed in the direction of a possible 50-50 tie, which means if Bush is elected, that Dick Cheney would have the deciding vote in tie votes.
It all depends now on what happens out in Nebraska and what happens in that strange race down in Missouri. Still, both of them too close to call. A little earlier tonight, you know, Dan, one of the big stories of the night that's kind of been overshadowed by this presidential race, but clearly something that's never happened before, a first lady elected to the United States Senate. And Hillary Clinton, here's what she said just a while ago when she claimed victory.
I promise you tonight that I will reach across party lines to bring progress for all of New York's families. Today, we voted as Democrats and Republicans. Tomorrow, we begin again as New Yorkers.
course, Mrs. Clinton got a little early start as a New Yorker. She became a New Yorker earlier this year. She was born in Illinois, of course, and spent a lot of time in Arkansas. There you go.
Well, Bob, if, as things are now pointed, not yet conclusively, Bush wins the presidency, Hillary Clinton would become one of the early favorites for the presidential nomination of the Democratic Party next time around. Gray Davis, governor of California, would be in that race, maybe, for the Democratic nomination. John Edwards, the young senator up and coming from North Carolina. Anybody else you could
Perhaps
think of?
Joe Biden up in Delaware. He's run before. But I think you have to say at this point, Hillary Clinton, if Gore loses, becomes the face of the Democratic Party. Now, that's going to please some Democrats. It's also going to displease some others. But right now, you have to say she's on the short list.
Take a deep breath. Out of 5 million votes cast in Florida, take a look at this, folks. The Bush lead is now down to 20,000 votes, 49% each. 20,000 votes. Bush still leads it for these 25 electoral college votes. And asterisk bottom of the page, we don't know where the absentee ballot count is. Bush was expected to do well in the absentee ballot voting. 95% of the precincts reporting in Florida. I wouldn't say this guarantees it, but this increases the odds that nobody's going to know for a long while how Florida goes. But, Ed Bradley, as we've been saying, Bush can go to bed yet knowing that he's president, even if he doesn't know how Florida goes.
He can if he wins all of the others. For Al Gore, he's got to win Florida and something else. And I think with what we've seen before is that most of the 5% of those votes, many of those votes, are coming from Broward County, from Dade County, which are strong Democratic counties in Florida. If that is the case, that margin is going to tighten even more, so that then you will have 30,000 absentee ballots that aren't going to be counted until tomorrow. So you could have a situation here where we could go to bed tonight and not know who the president of the United States is until those votes are counted tomorrow.
True enough. Al Gore's situation is he's basically got his back to the wall, his shirt tail on fire, and the bill collector's at the door, but he's not yet finished. 246, 242, it takes 270 to win. There are enough votes still out there for Al Gore to win, although the advantage remains with Bush, as it has for about the last 2.5 or 3 hours. Anthony Mason on our poll watch, how about the senior vote?
Dan, as that Florida race keeps tightening and seniors are key down there, let's take a look nationally how seniors voters. Among voters 60 years of age and older, Gore has a slight edge, just 51 to 47%.
Is it raining in Nashville?
We asked seniors what issues matters most to them today. This is not a surprise. They told us it was Social Security and prescription drugs. We asked them then how the government should help seniors pay for prescription drugs. 2/3 supported Gore's position that we should increase Medicare. But overall, the senior vote is still as tight as everything else in this election, Dan. A very close edge to Gore, but it ain't much.
Anthony Mason on the poll watch. As the hours stretch from night into early morning and headed to the wee hours in Austin and Nashville, the weather has been tough on crowds in both places. In Austin, Texas, live, and the rains came. They've had a terrible drought in Texas this year, maybe the worst since 1952. Oh, boy, do they need the rain. But they were hoping not to get it tonight. But as you can see, it's raining as it frequently does in Texas, almost straight down, soaking people, waiting to celebrate what they still hope will be, and have every reason to believe may yet be, a George Bush victory. And in Nashville, Tennessee, the rains came. Crowds in Nashville waiting there, hoping against hope that Gore can have one more comeback. If Gore comes back now, it'd have to be rated as one of the greatest comebacks since Lazarus. But it's possible. It's possible because what Gore needs, he needs Florida and one of the other states out there, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon. If Bush gets Florida, it's over. And if Bush gets all the other 3 states, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, he doesn't need Florida. That's the reason we say it's advantage to Bush. But not over. 246 electoral votes for Bush, 242 for Gore. It takes 270 to win. On the national vote, we keep showing you that national vote because while the electoral count is decisive, the national vote is nonetheless important, 49-48, with Bush leading Gore as he has just about for the entire night. Now, on the map, let's review it. Florida, 25 electoral votes. It's down now to a Bush lead. Gore led early in the evening. Now this undecided Florida 25 electoral votes is down. Gore's been closing in the last hour and a half to 2 hours down to about a 20,000 vote margin. In Iowa, 7 electoral votes there. If we can get it up, let's take a look at how things stand in Iowa with the actual presidential vote in and tabulated in Iowa. 49 to 48, Gore leads Bush. Nader not a factor in Iowa. 95% of the precincts in and reporting these 7 electoral votes could still go either way. And in Wisconsin, with 11 electoral votes there, the presidential race looks this way. 48-48, Nader holding 4. 11 electoral votes in Wisconsin, with 83% of the precincts reporting. This one couldn't get any closer and could go either way. And finally, for Oregon, 7 electoral votes in the presidential race. This is the way it looks at this hour in Oregon. I'm sorry, this is the new House thing, but here's Oregon. Up 7 electoral votes. Bush leading 49 to 46%. Nader holding 4% of the cards, and right now Nader is the difference, if you will. But no one should make the assumption that all of the Nader votes would have gone to Al Gore. It's a reasonable hypothesis that many of them would have gone to Gore, but more about that later. This is with 58% of the precincts reporting in Oregon. In Oregon, they have an unusual voting policy out there that people can vote by mail. They don't really have an election day. They have a number of days, and that's one reason that we do not yet know how Oregon is going to turn out. So 246 Bush, 242 Gore, with 270 needed to win. Stay here with us. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York City.
This brain-altering box will change the way you think about clean. Meet the latest thinking in washing machines from Kenmore Elite. It bounces sheets, skirts, and shirts through a shimmering shower of H2O instead of spinning them through dirty water. Washes out stains, washes in clean. Think you don't need a new washing machine? Think again. Introducing Calypso Wash Motion, exclusively from Kenmore Elite.
Good grief.
Everybody loves peanuts. Right now, get our Peanut Snow Globe for just $9.99 with any Hallmark card purchased at your Hallmark Gold Crown Store's Holiday Open House. The joy of a Peanuts Christmas, this weekend only at your Hallmark Gold Crown Store.
In one shattering moment, Camelot comes to an end, and life after JFK begins. Jackie, CBS Wednesday.
When you go to college, study hard.
A C?
Do your best.
You're better than this.
And don't fall in love with your professor.
Don't tell your mother.
Because it's against the rules.
I know the sound of people who have the hots. No, it's illegal.
And all new That's Life, CBS Saturday.
And we're back at CBS News headquarters here in New York. And boy, is this one close. 246 electoral votes for George Bush at this point. 242 electoral votes for Al Gore. How close is it? Well, I've just sort of gone back to the record books to check it out. And by my calculations, way back in 1800, Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr tied with 73 electoral votes. And then it was Rutherford B. Hayes got 185 electoral votes. Samuel Tilden got 184 electoral votes. That was back in 1876. I can't find a closer one since then. Ed Bradley, part of this is going to come down to Iowa. What's going on out there?
You know, it's close because of, as they say, the old folks in Iowa, and they have the third oldest population in the country. And you look at people 65 years old in Iowa, that's usually a good group for the Democrats. But here they're going 51% for Al Gore, 48% for George Bush. It's a very close race there. And you remember the expression, the Reagan Democrats back in 1980, 1984, 1984. Well, how about the Clinton Democrats? Because 19% of the people in Iowa who voted for Bill Clinton are now voting for George Bush. So Al Gore has lost them.
Well, Ed Bradley, I have misspoken myself about one thing. In looking at Iowa's 7 electoral votes and that very, very close race out there, I said Nader is not a factor. That turns out to be not the case, because in a double check, Nader is getting about 26,000 votes in Iowa. As a matter of fact, let's just punch up Iowa and the race for its 7 electoral votes on our full screen here, so you can see 7 electoral votes. Gore 49%, Bush 48%, but with 97% of the precincts reporting. But what that doesn't show is that Nader is getting about 2% of the votes. Now, since there are only 7,000 votes separating Gore and Bush, and Nader is getting about 26,000 votes, Nader is not only a factor in Wisconsin and Oregon, which we've mentioned before, but it turns out he's a sizable factor in Iowa, may in fact be the difference there. The electoral count, 246 for Bush, 242 for Gore, with 270 needed to win. Florida swinging in the balance. There's been kind of a bungee cord effect there in Florida, up and down all night long. Bush leads by a margin of, what do we have here now? About 38,000 votes, let's say. 38,000 votes separating the two of them in Florida now for the 25 electoral votes. This is with 95% of the precincts reporting. I'm not sure how many of the absentee ballots have been counted. Ed Bradley.
Well, you've got the absentee ballots that are in the state have been counted, we're told, but you've got those ballots from overseas, 30,000, that won't be counted until tomorrow. We've got some facts here on the votes that are still outstanding. About a third of the vote that's not in is from Dade and Broward County, which is a strong Democratic area. The rest scattered about the state. In Okeechobee County, which is south of Orlando, only about 5% of the vote is in. And many of the people in that area are described as middle class and retirees. And then in Union County, which is in the north part of the state, some people have often said that North Florida is like South Georgia. These people are generally considered to be more southern, more conservative than the rest of the people in Florida. And about 72% of the vote is in. So there's still a big chunk of the vote to come in from there.
You know, Ed Bradley, we keep saying that we've been told that the 30,000 absentee votes coming into Florida from overseas, and they won't be counted until tomorrow. Under the journalist creed of you trust your mother, but you cut the cards and you check it out, I'm going to double check whether that's true. While we do so, let's remind you that the electoral vote college count, 246 to 242, Bush leads Gore with 270 needed to win. Our CBS News coverage will continue in just a few moments.
There's always a combination of taking your knowledge and applying it. For example, I know who the shooter is. I know what he does, what he thinks, under stress, how he'll act, what's his favorite thing to do, what's his least favorite thing to do. And I got most of my rebounds before he took the shot.
Knowledge is the edge. At Invesco Funds, it's the approach we use to make money for investors. You should know what Invesco knows.
This talking picture frame from Radio Shack can make a really cool gift, Howie.
A talking picture frame.
You record a message that can be played back.
I see it's you and your dog.
I say happy holidays. He says ho, ho, ho.
This I've got to hear, Terry.
Happy holidays.
Cool.
Time's up.
What was that?
A talking Casio watch from Radio Shack.
Did it just say time's up?
Yes, and it is. Say goodbye.
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 For the latest national and local election results that affect you the most, log on to CBS.com.
Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York, 246 Bush, 242 Gore, 270 needed to win in the electoral college vote. That's the decisive vote. The overall national popular vote, 49% Bush, 48% Gore. This thing is still up for grabs. Still advantage Bush, but still could be won by Gore. Now, the electoral college map hasn't changed, but could change at any moment. Florida's 25 electoral votes, Iowa's 7, Wisconsin's 11, and Oregon's 7. Now, Byron Pitts, our hustling young correspondent down in Florida, reports that Florida officials say that they're hopeful and are reasonably confident that they will have all the votes counted that can be counted tonight by about 2:30 or 2:45 Eastern time. That would be about an hour or 45 minutes from now. Let's clearly understand what they say they hope they can do, and they're reasonably confident they can do, according to Pitts, quoting these sources down there, is that all the votes that can be counted in Florida, that includes all the absentee ballots from this country, will be counted in about 45 minutes or an hour. What cannot be counted, apparently, are whatever absentee ballots have come from overseas. So that's the situation in Florida. Let's put up the board in Florida and the presidential race, show you how tight it is there, 49% to 49%. A few thousand votes separating the two candidates. The Gore people continue to insist that in terms of what's left out in these precincts, the additional 5% precincts, they think they're going to overtake Bush. Ed Bradley.
Well, you've got a separation there of 38,000 votes, with Bush ahead by 38,000, and still out there, if about 5% of the vote is still out, 270,000 votes. So that's a big chunk of votes.
Which, in the translation of that is, that those of you who stayed up with us, you're being rewarded with one of the all-time close races. Bob Schieffer, you have to go back to sometime in the 1800s, I think, Deputy Dog, in order to find a race that's this close. The Kennedy-Nixon race, of course, in 1960 was very, very close, but not this close at this hour.
Well, Dan, I mean, I have this little history book that is kind of my Bible when we come to elections, and I was just going back here. What's so unusual is that the electoral vote count is so close. Back when Kennedy and Nixon, Kennedy got 49.5% of the vote, Nixon got 49.4%, but Kennedy got 303 electoral votes and only Nixon got 219. When Nixon beat Humphrey, it was 43.4% of the vote to 42.7%, and yet Nixon got 301 electoral votes in. Humphrey got only 191. I mean, we've got this thing where the electoral vote count is going to be as close as the popular vote count. We've never had anything like
well,
this.
Very, very so. History in the making here tonight. Close elections in American history. The Kennedy-Nixon race in 1960, the Humphrey-Nixon race in 1968, won by Richard Nixon, was close. But you have to go back to the last century. Three races come to mind. The 1888 race, in which Harrison beat Grover Cleveland. The 1876 race, one of the great races of all time, Hayes and Tilden. There were practically killings over that.
One electoral vote.
One electoral vote
That's
difference
the
there.
closest ever.
And then there was the 1800 race between Thomas Jefferson, Aaron Burr, and Alexander Hamilton.
And that was a tie.
In which there was actually a killing eventually over that one.
Yeah.
Well, we hope there won't be any killings over this one, but it couldn't get any closer. No one wants to joke about it, but, you know, if you love politics, you've got to love this. 246 to 242 with 270 needed to win. Florida with 21 electoral votes out. Iowa with 7, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7, and in Wisconsin, Oregon, and Iowa, Ralph Nader may be the decisive difference. Maybe. We said even in Iowa, which doesn't show on our Iowa board, we'll punch up Iowa once again for you with its 7 electoral votes. While it doesn't show on our board in Iowa, 7 electoral votes there, Al Gore leading 49 to 48%. What doesn't show on this board is Nader with about 2% of the vote. And Nader's 26,000 votes counted so far is more than the difference it exists at this moment between Gore and Bush. Now let me take you out to Oregon, which may turn out to be the best state of the night for Ralph Nader. In the Oregon race, presidential, 7 electoral votes, 49-46, Bush leading Gore. This is only 59% of the precincts actually in and counted. Nader running at about 4%. So Nader is definitely a factor in the overall race, a factor in Wisconsin, Iowa, and Oregon, to say the least. And it may turn out to be, as Bob Schieffer speculated on earlier in the evening, that Nader may be the decisive factor in the race. We just don't know. 270 needed to win, 246 Bush, 242 Gore. The race is tightening down in Florida. Ed Bradley, we may not know about this Florida race not just for hours, it could be days, although I'm interested that they think they'll have all the votes that can be counted tonight counted sometime within the next hour.
Well, Byron Pitt said that they expected to have them counted between 2:30 and at the latest by 3 o'clock in the morning. So that would tell them all that they could learn about Florida tonight, because all the only other votes would be those absentee ballots from overseas, which they're not going to count. Apparently, we've been saying tomorrow. That was yesterday. We said tomorrow. It's going to be later today. Sometime they're going to count those.
So get the picture, folks. If you stayed with us this long, when Ed talks about 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning for Florida, in the next hour and 10 minutes, they're now saying to Byron Pitts, we will know all we can know about Florida. They hope to have all the votes that can be counted, including the absentee votes from this country, counted in Florida. Doesn't mean we're going to know in whose column Florida falls. Does mean we're going to know a lot more about Florida and its 25 electoral votes. Now, want to review the map with you, because some people have been out and come back and may be surprised that the race hasn't been decided, or they've been listening on the radio, where as good as CBS radio is, they cannot yet show you a map. So let's go to our Campaign 2000 Electoral College map. All the states in red belong to George Bush. The ones in blue belong to Al Gore. The ones in white, Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon, are where the polls have closed and been closed for some time, but no decision yet. The blinking lights, that includes Ohio, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, Missouri, Arizona, and Nevada. Everywhere the lights blink, these are states that were not carried by the Republicans last time, that George Bush and his campaign have carried in this election. There is no state on the board blinking blue, and the reason for that is that Al Gore has not carried a single state for the Democrats that was not carried for the Democrats the last time around. Repeating for emphasis, out of more than 5 million votes cast in Florida, the Bush lead at last count was down to about 20,000, but he leads. 49% to 49% is the percentage, but Bush is leading by about 20,000 votes. With he's expecting to get something out of the absentee ballots yet uncounted, which will be counted in the next hour and 5 minutes, and in the overseas absentee ballots, which the count may not be completed until tomorrow or sometime later on. Bush has to be still feeling pretty good about Florida, but he cannot feel secure about those 25 electoral votes. It's the nature of the race. Bob Schieffer.
Well, we are also waiting, Dan, to see what's going to happen in the Senate. It's now down to a 51-49 majority for the Republicans, depending on what happens down there in Missouri, where Mrs. Carnahan, the widow, is standing in for her husband, who was killed in a plane crash. That race is still close to call with Senator John Ashcroft. We still have not heard what's happened out in Michigan, where you have Debbie Stabenow challenging the Republican incumbent down there. So this could be very well the night that we wind up with 50 Republicans and 50 Democrats in the Senate.
Well, Leslie Stahl, the Republicans seem assured, not official, but our estimate is they seem assured of retaining control of the House by a wee small margin. So what we've got here is a country split pretty much down the middle.
You see that not only in these races that you're all talking about for the presidency, but when you look at how people voted over the whole country for House, there's 2% difference. In all these races across the country, it's 2% difference, Democrat to Republican. It's going to be very difficult for the next president to run as anything but a centrist, because this country is all divided right down the middle, and the pressure on all the candidates who ran this time was to be moderate on all the issues down the line.
The only thing wrong with that argument, and it may very well stand up, is when the Republicans were in the minority in the House, but it was fairly close, they basically said to the Democrats, okay, you won, but not by much. Show us what you got, and we're going to resist you at every turn. By the same token, when Newt Gingrich came in with a Republican majority in 1994, the Democrats said, okay, it's your house. We're going to resist you at every turn. What are the chances of that happening this time?
The chances are very great that will happen again.
Well, I think that no matter who is elected, we'll have a different atmosphere. I mean, let's face it, we have had for the last 8 years the most partisan White House that I can recall in all the time I've been in Washington. And we had, in my view, the most partisan Congress that we've had. that I can ever recall. It just got to where they couldn't get together on very much of anything. Whether it's Gore, whether it's Bush, I think you'll see a little bit of a cooling off period. I'm not going to say that I think everything's going to be sweet and rosy, but I think it will at least be a little different than what we've seen.
Well, maybe for the first 6 or 8 months. Most new presidents, whether you change parties in the White House or not, get a so-called honeymoon period. It might stretch a little longer for this next one. Who can say? What we can say is that we do not yet know who is going to be the next president of the United States. It's 246 to 242. Bush leads in the race for the Electoral College decisive vote, 270 needed to win. The 4 states outstanding, Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Bush, even if he doesn't get Florida, can win the presidency by taking the remaining 3 states, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Gore must have Florida and 1 of these other states in order to win this race. Now, Ed Bradley, you got some new information there?
No, I just looking at the numbers again. I keep track of where they are. Gore's up by 6,000 in Iowa. That looks like his best bet. Bush is ahead by 7,000 in Wisconsin and by 35,000 in Oregon, but only 59% of the vote is in. 97% of the vote is in Iowa.
Just in Missouri, the Democrat wins in Missouri. Mel Carnahan is no longer with us. He died in a plane crash, but he was on the ballot. That's just by Missouri law. He stayed on the ballot. The voters voted for him. That is a pickup because he defeats in death. He defeats the Republican John Ashcroft. His widow is expected to be appointed to the Senate seat. That's a pickup for the Democrats. We'll have more for you just after the top of the hour. Dan Rather at CBS News Election Headquarters in New York.
City of Angels, Thursdays on CBS. It's all here.
CBS News election night headlines of the hour. It's beginning to look like dawn may get here before the presidential call comes to light, and it may not come to light then. Don't stop us if you've heard this one before. 4 states outstanding. Presidency in the balance. Bush has 2 ways to tip it his way: win Florida or win all of the other 3, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. For Gore, he's behind, but he has a chance to win. Only one way to win: Florida or bust. Then, if he wins Florida, Gore still must win at least one of the other 3, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oregon, at 2 a.m. in the East. This is the crucial election vote count right now. It takes 270 electoral votes to win, 246 Bush, 242 for Gore. And here you see the popular overall national vote count at the moment. Hey, we told you this might be the closest election in 40 years. Can't say that we didn't warn you. Now, among the other things that's happened, in Missouri, dead man walking. Bob Schieffer.
Well, of all the strange things of this night, perhaps this is the strangest of all. Now, let me just set the picture for you. Incumbent Republican Senator John Ashcroft, he runs against Mel Carnahan, the Democratic governor. Carnahan is killed in a plane crash, but apparently the dead man has won this race. The dead man has won this race. Now, no politician likes to lose, but when you lose to someone who has died in a plane crash, that's really got to hurt, it seems to me. Now, the other thing to be said about this is the Republicans are certain to challenge this in court. Whether they'll get very far, no one really knows. They are certain to challenge it in the court.
Because the governor is going to appoint the widow, who said that she would take the seat if her husband, in absentia, having passed on, won the race.
And apparently he's won.
He's won. So the governor says, I'm going to appoint the widow to that Senate seat. And the Republicans say, with all due respect to the widow and everybody else concerned, we don't think that's legal and we're going to challenge it.
Now, what exact grounds they would use? Perhaps they would say that Carnahan was no longer a resident of Missouri, and you have to be a resident to win the race. But whatever the case, this is just extraordinary. I can't ever recall. We have had dead people. I'm sorry. We have had those who have passed away elected to the House. We've never had a dead person elected to the Senate.
Well, the senator, he crossed the river. Let's put it that way. But anyway, the important thing now is this is an unprecedented situation. We've had a lot of unprecedented situations tonight, including this couldn't be hotter, couldn't be tighter presidential race, where with 270 electoral votes to win, Bush is hanging there with 246, Gore with 242, 4 states outstanding: Florida, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Oregon. Now, the Senate wins today as of 2 a.m. The Democrats have won 17. The Republicans have won 14. Uncalled, 3 outstanding: Michigan, Nebraska, and Montana. Bill Whitaker's in Austin. Bill, Bush strategy on these final 4 states, what are they thinking? What are they praying?
Dan, if you look at that map, you can see how finely tuned that Bush strategy was. Over the last week, he visited all 4 of the states that are up for grabs. As a matter of fact, in the last day, he visited 3 of them: Florida, Iowa, and Wisconsin. If he ends up winning those states, Bush strategists are going to seem mighty smart. Dan?
On the other hand, I suppose it's always true, Bill Whitaker, that if Bush winds up losing the race, does not now look like he will, but still could happen, then nobody's going to be looking all that smart. That's the way it goes. But maybe we should pause and say that while this is one of the great races in American presidential history, whoever wins it, we can say this has been one of the best run presidential races overall, in terms of, yes, there's been negative advertising. Yes, there's been some attacks. Yes, there have been some down and dirty tricks. But in terms of cleanliness of the race, Iowa goes for Gore. This just into CBS News election headquarters in New York. So 7 electoral votes get colored blue. The cheering starts in Nashville. Is it too early? Yes, but this is the first good news they've had in several hours. Now, let's look it over now. The electoral college count now goes in favor of Gore. You talk about a ding-dong, knock-down, get-up. I've never seen anything like it, and neither has anybody else. Folks, take a good look at this. You haven't seen this before, and you're not likely to see it again for a powerful long time. 249 for Gore, 246 for Bush, takes 270 win. Now, we're down to a decisive 3, and they are Florida, 25 electoral votes. Wisconsin, where NATO's a factor and a major factor, 11 votes out there, waiting. And boy, oh boy, would each of the candidates love to have it. Oregon, 7 electoral votes in Oregon. NATO a big factor out there as well, and Bush is leading. And so it's these decisive 3. By the way, this is the first call, the first decision in a presidential race since in more than 2 hours. In other words, when Iowa fell for Al Gore, that's the first call we've had since midnight. It's been more than 2 hours since we've had a call. Let's review it again, because I know this could get confusing, and particularly this late in the morning, not everybody talks as straight as they might. So it's Gore, 249, Bush, 246, 270 needed to win. The important states now are Florida with 25, Wisconsin with 11, and Oregon with 7. Let's punch up this Florida race on our map here. Go to the presidential race in Florida and show you what it looks like. 49% to 49%. Ooh, man, 30,000 votes approximately separate these two. Check my arithmetic, Bob. You know how I am with this. 25 electoral votes. It's been closing down in the last few hours. Bush has had a lead rather steadily, but his lead is dwindling. However, note, because it's important to note, that there are overseas absentee ballots, which probably will not be completed in their count, at least until sometime tomorrow daytime and possibly the day after. The Florida officials think by the turn of the next hour, that may be 3 o'clock in the east, by the next top of the hour, that they will have, they believe, all the votes that can be counted in Florida counted. Let's put up that Florida actual vote count board again, because we now have 96% of the precincts reporting in the fight for Florida's 25 electoral votes. This has been a strange, unusual, weird, even goofy night in Florida. Early on, it was called for Gore, but just about everybody. Then there was word, some suspicious data going into computers. We pulled it back, and later some others pulled it back, and eventually everybody pulled it back, put it undecided. Bush took a lead in actual votes counted. He still leads in actual votes counted, but is it close? Is it ever close? And Bradley, Ed Bradley, an update on Oregon you have?
No, it's just narrowing in Oregon. A few minutes ago, Governor Bush was up by 35,000. With 59% of the vote counted, that lead has narrowed to 26,000. And we're getting some information from our affiliate in Portland, KOIN TV, that about trying to find out where that vote is, what vote is in and what vote is not. And they're saying that the tally we're seeing now reflects more of the rural areas where the voting was completed, and those are the numbers we're seeing, that they're still waiting on some of the urban areas. And in that state, those urban areas tend to be Democratic. I mean, if you take a look at Oregon, the last time that a Republican won there was Ronald Reagan in 1984. Even Michael Dukakis won in Oregon.
Well, Ed, this much we now know. Double check me on this, Bob Schiefer. It's now down to a one-card cut.
Whoever wins Florida.
He who wins Florida wins.
Wins. That's it.
That's it. Ball game. When we know who wins Florida, then we can say that's a wrap.
Even if someone wins Oregon and Wisconsin, they can't win the election.
Not enough. So that's where we are. Let's go over it, folks. The arithmetic of this gets more complicated by the moment. We may have to bring somebody expert in algebra in here if it gets any more complicated. But you have 3 states, Florida with 25, Wisconsin with 11, Oregon with 7. The electoral count right now, Gore 249, Bush 246. It takes 270 to win. So if Gore or Bush were to win Oregon and Wisconsin, they'd still be short. So it's down to Florida.
And I can tell you in Florida that among the votes that aren't counted are Volusia County, which is in the Daytona Beach area. They have not been reported. Traditionally, they're one of the last counties to come in. And that's an area that has 260,000 registered voters. Many of them are black, and most of them are Democrat. Also, the absentee ballots that you're talking about from overseas, they were supposed to be postmarked today, but they may not be here for another 10 days.
Don't tell me this, Ed. Don't tell me this.
Do we know
how long can you last?
Well, I'll tell you, when it comes to reporting a race like this, I'm a long-distance runner and an all-day hunter, and I'll be here because this is just too good to miss. Now, let's get the picture. We're joking a lot up here because, like everybody else in the country, really cares about politics. You got to like this, no matter who you're for. What a historic race. Now, in Florida, it's now down to Florida. The candidate who wins Florida gets it. It's one number takes it all, and that's Florida's 25. If either guy wins only Florida and wins Florida, he is the next president of the United States. Now, it may get down to these absentee ballots from overseas. How many of them are there? We don't know, because as Ed Bradley reports, we believe that the rules were that the absentee ballots from overseas for Florida had to be postmarked today. Now, if some of them come by ship or kayak or something, they may not be here for a long while. Now, they're still counting votes in Florida, votes actually cast today, including some absentee votes. In Florida, Bush 49.1, Gore 48.6, with, we believe, something on the order of 250 or 60,000 votes actually to be counted. Ralph Nader, 1.7% of the votes so far in Florida. But that 1.7%, 92,000 votes have gone to Nader. If either one of the other two candidates had just gotten 70% of those votes, they'd probably win the state. So here's another state where Nader is making a decisive difference one way or the other. You could argue that. Pat Buchanan with 16,000 votes getting only 0.3, 3/10 of a percent of vote in Florida. Even his 16,000 votes, those would be very handy votes for, say, George Bush to have. Not to say that all of them would have gone to George Bush, but no doubt a lot of them would. This gives you an idea how close it is. Ed, never anything like this in our history.
Nothing that I've seen. And those 30,000 votes that we keep talking about in Florida,
absentee ballots,
the absentee ballots from overseas, it's not a hard and fast number that there are 30,000 absentee ballots that are going to come in. There were 30,000 absentee ballots requested. Now, conceivable somebody gets a ballot and doesn't send it in. I mean, people who have good intentions. Some people have the intention of going to vote and they don't. The same thing holds with people who are going to cast an absentee ballot. They requested one, but I'm willing to bet you that not everybody sent them in.
Folks, make no mistake. Either one of the two candidates can still win this race. It's 249 electoral votes for college votes for Al Gore, 246 with Bush. It takes 270 to win. Florida's 25, Wisconsin's 11, and Oregon 7 are still out there. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Things can happen suddenly. They can happen at any moment. Stay right in here with us, won't you?
At least you'll feel smart when the car insurance bill arrives. Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
This is my final plea. I am at Geico. Not to be confused with Geico, which could save you hundreds on car insurance. So stop calling me.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
ダメだ。このバルブは高すぎるんだ。
サプライヤーはそこしかないですから。美智子はいかがですか？美智子？今オンラインで提示額が出ました。半額です。
どこの会社だ？
テキサスです。
テキサス？どうも、ありがとう。
Get behind the wheel. And turn it up. Here's your Going South. The 35 greatest Southern rock hits of all time. Just you can order online at MusicSpace.com. This 35-track collection is not sold in any store.
Don't give me no lines and keep your hands to yourself.
Order by credit card now and get a free Going South poster. Where are you going? Going South. To order, call the number on your screen or log on to MusicSpace.com. Rush delivery available. Do it now.
He's one of the most decorated Green Berets in history. Now, this colonel stands accused of murdering his wife.
What did you kill her with, Colonel? I did not kill her.
But could this American hero be the target of a plot to destroy him?
I loved her. I still love her.
Who killed the colonel's wife? 48 hours, Thursday.
Back at CBS News election headquarters in New York, it all gets down to Florida. Let's show you the actual votes in and counted. With about 3% of the votes still out there, that could be as many as 180,000 votes. With 25 electoral votes hanging in the balance and the presidential election gets down, he who wins Florida wins it. 49% for Bush, 48% for Gore. Bush has opened up a lead of about 52,000 votes at the moment. Now, the Florida officials told our Byron Pitts that they would have all the votes that could be counted that is the votes actually in, apparently including absentee ballots from this country. They'd have all those votes counted, they thought, by about 3 a.m. That would be about 42 minutes from now. Let's put the board back up in Florida as we talk about it, because, folks, this is the whole game. This is the whole race now. Bush leads by 52,000 votes. We don't know how many votes there are yet to be counted, but the best estimates are there might be 150 to 175,000 votes yet to be counted. We don't know that. Many of the votes yet to be counted, allegedly, supposedly, and reportedly, are from the Daytona area of Florida, and the Gore people think that they would do pretty well in that section of Florida. That's the reason that they hope and believe, because they have to believe, that maybe, just maybe, they can overtake George Bush, who now has a 52,000 vote lead in Florida and a 1 percentage vote lead. The absentee ballot situation is muddled, to say the least. We think, given what Florida officials have told us, that they will have all of the absentee ballots cast in this country counted by 42, 43 minutes from now. The situation with the absentee ballots coming from overseas, which could be postmarked today and still counted in the election, nobody knows how many of those there are. About 30,000 were believed to have been sent out from Florida. How many of those people actually voted, we just can't say. Bush wins. Florida goes Bush. The presidency is Bush. That's it. CBS News estimates, when all the votes are in and counted, that George Bush will have won the presidency of the United States. Let's pause for a second. Let that sink in. Bush wins. If our CBS News estimates are correct up and down the line tonight, and we believe they are, George Bush, George W. Bush, son of President George Bush, revenge is his and revenge is sweet, as in Austin they begin celebrating. One of the closest elections in American history, Bush has won it. The sun also rises. This is outside the Capitol in Austin. And our CBS News estimate is that when all the votes from all over the country, including absentee ballots, are in and counted, that George Bush will have won the presidency and will succeed Bill Clinton. The Republicans are very likely to retain control of the United States House of Representatives. They have a very good chance of retaining control of the Senate, in that it may be a 50-50 tie in the Senate, and that would mean that the newly elected Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, would cast the deciding vote in any tie votes. Ed Bradley. It isn't over till it's over, but it's over, and Bush wins it.
He did, and he ran a very consistent race. If indeed he has won, he ran a race in which he stayed the same, I think, from beginning to end. The one thing that stands out for me in this campaign was watching the debates. And some people said that you saw the same person with Governor Bush in the debates. I think his running mate said that Bush beat 3 different guys in Al Gore, because you saw a different Al Gore in each of those debates. Bush, I think, might have been better prepared in one debate than another. But he was his own man. He was comfortable in his own skin. And that personality, his way, never changed from debate to debate. I think it didn't change throughout the campaign, even when he was hit hard. When he was hit with this driving under the influence charge in the last days of the campaign. He essentially did not change the kind of person he is. He did not change the way he is, the way he responds to adversity.
Well, this race staggered into a last-gasp, suspense-filled overtime. Bush wins it. We go to Bill Whitaker, who's covered the Bush campaign through the length and breadth of the primaries all the way to this wee hours of the morning after Election Day victory. Bill Whitaker in Austin.
Dan, I think the screams of this crowd say it all. These folks have been standing out here in the cold and the rain, waiting for this very moment. George W. Bush has been looking forward to and working towards this moment for 17 months now. He's been pushing his idea of smaller government, of tax cuts, trying to change the face of the party with his idea of compassionate conservatism. this has to be a very, very sweet, sweet victory, especially since it comes with the state of Florida. He has said all along that his opponents have underestimated him. Well, I think tonight he has put the doubts to rest. Dan?
Bill Whitaker in Austin. Bob Schieffer, was there a turning point? George Bush has won the presidency in one of the closest races in American history. Ed Bradley says, well, the debates may have been a turning point of sorts for George Bush. Where else?
I'm not sure I know, Dan. When the race is this close, I'm not sure I'd be prepared to say what won it or what lost it for the other candidate. George Bush is a nice, decent person. I think that probably came out during this campaign. He's certainly a likable fellow. But when it gets this close, when you have Al Gore winning Michigan, is that because you had a big labor turnout up there? When you have the situation on the West Coast where Ralph Nader was certainly a factor in some states, I think you say George Bush won if we don't have to take back this call, as we had to take back Florida earlier in the evening. He won because he got the most votes, but I'm not sure what else I would say here.
Well, let's don't joke about the calls for just a second.
Okay.
We all of us deserve to be the butt of some jokes, but let's put it in some perspective. Early in the evening, based on the models that have held up over the years, and CBS News has the most dependable record for race calls by far of any network on presidential election nights. A call was made, it's Florida. I know of no one else in the business who didn't make the call.
No, everybody missed this.
Now, what happened was we began to get suspicious about some data from a few precincts that had been decisive in making the call. So fairly early on, certainly compared to some others, we pulled it back and said, in Florida, we put it into the undecided category. That's the reason it hung out there for so long. Now, when we got very close, when we got within 3% of all the votes in and counted, it became clear again, this time, that Bush had carried Florida.